I'm gonna do this in English this time. I'm going to speak this time in English. Um, what can I say? What can I say? What can I say? We are at 27, 27 of June 2025. 27 of June 2025. 7 of June 2025. And well, what can I say? I'm seeing and watching the situation unfold in the Mexican Congress, and I'm watching privacy losing ground in Mexico. And I wanted to do this in English because I haven't been speaking out loud in English about this situation happening in Mexico right now. As I'm as I'm speaking, we have an extraordinary period of Congress meetings. You know? They opened an extemporary, like an extraordinary, like not extraordinary, like extended. It's not a regular period. It's just an extended period of discussions in the lower and higher chambers in Mexico. And the lower chamber is nasty. Is very. It's hard to see the lower chamber in Mexico because it's full of ignorance, and it's not a. It is not the kind of lower chamber that we need in Mexico because people is brainwashed by the main political party, and they just repeat the propaganda. They don't think for themselves. They just stand there. They don't read whatever they are voting. They just go there and repeat the propaganda. The same propaganda that they're not analyzing or even reading what they're voting. It looks more like a party vote, no? Like they give it the order to vote in favor of something, and they don't even read it, and they just go and say the propaganda, and just say yes to anything. You know? They don't even analyze, they don't do anything, they don't discuss anything, and they even fell into hate speech. I heard some lower chamber uh, uh, debate that was very off topic, and they were talking about some type of political revenge or something, but it was not about the reforms, the bills that are being discussed. And yes, I have one here. I'm just reviewing the 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 reform, the bill that they approved today. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say, even what to say. it is an it is an assault. It looks like an assault, like an attack, like an invasion, like when an army goes and attack another country. It looks like that, you know. But it is not a country; it is privacy. You know, that's what that's what it is under attack, you know, in this situation. So this time, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say exactly about this. Just gonna repeat this. You know, we are 27th of June, 2020, 9:29 p.m. 9:29 p.m. 9:30 p.m. And I was uh, watching all the discussions happening in the Senate and the lower chamber and the higher chamber in Mexico. I didn't see any discussion at all. I saw in the lower chamber people just spewing propaganda from the main political party. They didn't even. I seriously doubt that these people read the bill that they were passing. They just went there, spewed some propaganda, and they voted in favor. That was it. That was it. So yeah, that's the banana. That's the banana lower chamber that we have in Mexico, where they only spew propaganda. They don't even know what they're doing, and they just passing things like in a. They're not discussing anything. They're just voting because the political party maybe says, "No, you gotta approve this," and they just say yes to everything. They don't even know what they're doing in the lower chamber. And in that regards, we have a serious attack in privacy. We have a serious attempt going on as I'm speaking. It's going to be in this extemporary period of discussions in the lower and higher chambers in the Congress. So they could not even do it in a normal period of sessions, in a normal, uh, yeah, they did it in a extemporary period. And it is going to last only from 23rd of June to 2 of July, to second July 2nd. In just that amount of days, they want to discuss and approve and correct and review or whatever you want to call it. They want to do 20 reforms. All of them, most of them, in are security reforms. In terms of national security and the National Guard reform, the general population reform, which is going to add a new ID that is linked to biometrics and some other data. It's going to be mandatory to use this ID to do everything. To even buy they almost went as far as to even as to buy a soda. They almost wanted that you needed to show this this document. So you can now, as I'm reading right now the reform, but is going. I don't know. It's very extreme to say the least. And and yeah, I mean, it's kind of complicated. The National Guard reform was approved, and the UN came out and said that it does not follow the international guidelines in democratic control and oversee, overwatch, this stuff. It falls short in terms of democratic controls, mechanisms of control in terms of privacy. When you have certain elements inside this reform that should be there, but apparently it wasn't there. They weren't there to have a judicial overwatch, independent commissions that over super yeah, that supervise all these mechanisms to prevent abuses of power or of authority or some whatever, or privacy, whatever you want to call it. There are some laws that have some deficiencies, and some uh, they lack to protect, to be effectively protecting human rights. They lack this they lack the structure. It is not exactly as it should to effectively protect human rights like privacy, the right to have your intimacy, the right to have your own private life, without being invaded, like in an invasive police state, like we have seen many times happening in India, the European Union, and some other countries. They have a digital ID, some IDs that have some biometric data and stuff. And India and some others. I think Mexico wants to go there, but we are not even there. I mean, we're not even close. They are trying to prove laws that effectively the only thing that it is building it is giving the National Guard some additional powers to investigate, to act undercover without no, we don't know exactly what this means undercover and all this stuff. And they can access in unrestricted access. That's what the law says in the National Guard. It says unrestricted access. No? So there's no judicial overwatch. They don't have to go to a judge. They don't notify the citizens when they review and access information about his personal life or personal data. They don't. There's no accountability. There's no transparency. There's no transparency at all. You don't know. I'm no one in Mexico will know when the National Guard is accessing personal data. No one will know. There is no. It is not specified, at least in the law that they approve. I don't know if in the secondary laws that are going to make operation of this and this approved now National Guard reform. I don't know if there is going to be something of this in this sense. I don't know, but the way it was proposed, there is no democratic controls that we can say, that there is a judicial overwatch, transparency, accountability, uh, that people are notified about when they want to access and why. There's nothing of this. They didn't say anything about this. So it is very sad for Mexico that we are seeing an attack. We are seeing an attack. It's a direct attack in in privacy. It is an attack. They want it. They want all. They want all. They want to. I don't know. We have no guarantees that this is not going to be used to abuse, to make abuse, uh, to abuse this power. To I don't know. We have no guarantees in Mexico at all. The INAI, who was an autonomous organism that defended our personal data and transparency and accountability, they destroyed it. It's gone. So we don't have that anymore. We don't have a defense system. We don't have an AI anymore that defends us, our personal data, that defends the transparency, that defends that the abuses are not being committed, that guaranteed, transparency. And we have this National Guard law that returns, the National Guard to the control of the SEDENA, the military corporation SEDENA, which was uh, related with the 43 of Ayotzinapa missing, killed students. It was there were cases of torture. There were cases where the militaries were involved, some civilian and police authorities as well. The criminal organizations all were working together. That's what some people say. And this event that used Pegasus, they bought Pegasus outside the law. It was illegal, and they used it illegally to spy on journalists, human rights activists. And that Sedena is going to have control of the National Guard with unrestricted access to any data of any person in Mexico. And as far as I knew about this law, I didn't see any judicial overwatch. I didn't recall to have seen or read about transparency and accountability. It calls about some internal, commissions of discipline, but they are internal. I mean, it's not enough. They call us some disciplinary internal councils of securities. When they review some abuse, they internally want to handle it. That's not supervision at all. That's not overseeing. No? You cannot oversee and supervise or guarantee that there are not abuses, but it's the same institution that is going to uh, apparently investigate these cases and bring to accountability to any person inside the institution that does any. It's not enough. I mean, it's clearly not enough. It has to be some independent commission, completely independent, that should supervise and overwatch, or oversee all these mechanisms of, of when they try to access or know or investigate some personal data. That's is not in the law itself. So yeah, it feels like like privacy in Mexico is going out, is dying. I think privacy, it feels like it's dying in Mexico. That's how it feels. And yeah, I mean it feels that way. I mean, it certainly feels that way. I'm not saying that automatically these type of reforms are going to be used for evil every time, but Mexico is it has a very dark past in terms of human rights, especially involving military authorities. It is the military. It has very bad history. For the tree of Ayotzinapa, involving military, the political corruption, corruption from police authorities and criminals. We have extrajudicial killings, as well by the military. We have the students outside Detective Monterrey killed outside the school without no guns. They were students. They shot them dead, and they even after they killed them and realized they were students, they tried to put them guns in their hands and pretend that they were armed, and it was all a lie. It's a very serious problem in Mexico, and the situation going on with human rights. We have the flights of the dead, when the militaries in the 70s took all the opposition, killed them, and flew them in a plane and throw them out in the sea. That is an history in human rights in Mexico. We have Garcia Luna, who was a super police, now in prison in the United States. And his wet dream was to create a police state. That was the wet dream of Garcia Luna. He even tried to create a company to spy and to sell intelligence. And he even created the these databases. He was the forefather in Mexico, at least in Mexico, with the Felipe Calderon. They were the two first timers. They were the two uh, authorities in Mexico that presented for the first time in Mexico the idea of a police state. We have the super police now in prison in the United States for being friends and partner with criminals. And he was the one that introduced in Mexico for the first time these databases with personal data that the authorities can access. He was the first one, and he even had the intentions to create a company of his own to spy and to sell intelligence. So it was a full time criminal. Now, this government that calls itself the the complete opposite of that government, which was Felipe Calderon and the head of police, Garcia Luna. Well, this government claims it is the complete opposite of that. It is the opposite, 360 degrees, 180 degrees from that government. But they are still doing the same. That's what I don't understand. They are doing the same. They even worse, because the others only create a database that involve cell phone, your cell phone, your information about your cell phone, your geolocalization in real time, and all this stuff. But now this new government is going completely insane. It is full throttle into state police, full throttle into mass surveillance state. They're trying to bring a mass surveillance state. That's what I see. It is the real intention of all these reforms, because they sell the idea that we are going to fight these disappearances, enforce disappearances happening in Mexico, which is a real problem. But they're trying to take that. Seems to that they want to try to use that as an excuse to introduce laws that you don't see exactly or clearly how they are going to fight this big problem. No, it only goes into the police state. But it seems like it is only an excuse. They're using that as an excuse, really, because in reality, when you read these laws, you don't see clearly how that laws are going to prevent enforced disappearance from happening in Mexico, or even they prevent from criminals, like organized crime. You don't see very clearly how that is going to help. And I say, they are suspiciously trying to make a reality. Garcia's Luna's wet dream of a police state in Mexico. They even went as far as to make it legal for the military to spy. That's what they did. When they bought Pegasus, it was completely illegal. You cannot intervene or access any personal data or any private life of any citizen without a judicial warrant. But now they even legalized it. They say no, now it's unrestricted access, and that's in the constitution now. So or in the law. So they try to make it legal or look legal, and the only thing they're doing is creating a police state. That's the reality behind this. And I don't know, privacy is falling, and the thing that I'm very concerned is that suspiciously now, when seeing all this situation happening in Mexico now, apparently Russia wants to be very friends of Mexico. You see how this works? Russia apparently seems to be very interested in Mexico when they say this state police happening, when all this personal data is becoming more vulnerable. But well, I've seen a news report where now apparently Russia wants to be very friends of Mexico, apparently. So I really, I don't know, man. It's just, it's, I don't know, that to me is a bad sign. It's a bad sign that apparently now Russia wants to be very good friends in Mexico because now they have all this data apparently in a bad position. I don't know. I don't know. That's what I read about that intention, about that report. That's how I read it. I don't know. I could be wrong, but suspiciously now this very great interest apparently in Mexico from Russia. So I don't know. It's just these criminals that want to. I say it. No, I think that the International Criminal Court. I think they are seeing this modus operandi of criminals that they sometimes try to do this, not try to access this type of information wherever, however they want to, and it's becoming a problem internationally because it's not only the governments. I said it before; it is data brokers as well. I've been saying it out loud for a year, 2, 3, 5 years now. Data brokers are part of this criminal system. And I think that it's part of it's big part of the problem. Criminal companies like Palantir, these data brokers are really the very very most nefarious criminals that we have in the world because they make money. They sell personal data, all the data from the users, and mostly not linked to any person. Most of the data they sell, but they make money out of it, like mercenaries. And sometimes they even do get some personal data. And they even sell it as well. So they are a big problem in the world. And the other problem in the world that is happening now, I think, is this intention or this attempt from governments to, under apparently some security premises or arguments, they try to justify police state or mass surveillance state or system. So I think the International Criminal Court is actually beginning to understand this, and that's why I think they are becoming more interested in this type of areas of type of problems that involves all this digital space. And I believe that in the future, the I think internationally they need to destroy any database that is built upon personal data. I think no database should ever exist about any user's data or personal data in any company. I don't think any company should store internally in some server, some database, any personal data because sometimes it's, or at least they should be very limited into one or two areas. And governments should not create any databases. No third party, no company should ever build this type of databases where they store or collect any personal data from any person in the world. And even so, even less, I mean, even less biometrics. I think even in Africa, no? I think it was in Tanzania. They won a trial where when they forced a company, a crypto company, to delete a biometric database that they had, and they won this trial where this company was forced to delete this biometric database they had. So I think in the world, around the world, everywhere around the world, it has to become a new international law, I believe, where any personal data should not be stored, by anyone, companies, governments, or whatever, because the problem is that no country will ever guarantee the protection of this data. Paraguay now has recently had a vulnerability in this type of systems. They did not have even the decency to notify the citizens that this breach happened in their security systems. So the citizens found out because the company hired by Paraguay investigating this case published in his webpage this findings. So that's how the citizens found out that this breach happened in their personal data from this government, these databases. So I believe that every single time this type of systems is a failure, complete failure, and 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 and, and I think that I think that it does not work as it should. So I keep saying this. I do not trust the Mexican government with holding any personal data. They breach. We had a breach in the INE. We had our fingerprint in the INE in a database which was a breach in 2016. So I do not trust this government or any Mexican government with databases because they fail to protect. And of course, when they have the possibility to access this data and they want to do it in an unrestricted scenario, unrestricted access, I do not trust this Sedena, that was behind the 43 of Ayotzinapa killing of 43 students, these extrajudicial killings that they have been doing in the past, this Pegasus spying, violating the law. This I put here in my social media a few days back when the E9 was alive, because now they destroyed the E9. They destroyed the E9, which was our defensor, our paladin to protect our personal data. It was our paladin, an autonomous organ with its own character. It was completely independent. It made decisions completely independent from the government. Back in the day when the E9 was still alive, fought the Sedena because they wanted to hide all these Pegasus contracts. They wanted to hide them, and the Hinai pushed them until they denied the existence of these contracts 3 times, 2 times, excuse me. They say that they did not find anything, and the person that requested the information from outside, he had a source, an internal source, and he had the contracts. He just wanted to see if Sedena was transparent, denied 2 times the information, and the citizen that requested information tell to the DNI, here are the contract numbers, I have them. They cannot be saying that they don't have them. The documents exist and they're here. And INAI went and said to Serena, don't play the fool, give the information. And then when the Sedena was pushed to the limit until it cannot keep denying the reality of these contracts. The citizen even said there is this center of intelligence, center of national intelligence where they operate Pegasus, and they deny the existence of this center, this command center. And there is a document from the United when it was when this autonomous organ that protected or that transparency existed went and said and put even a satellite images about the center, where it was located, where it was um, referred to, because in an audit or in an audit from the federal superior audit organism from the government, the army itself recognized this center of command, and the INAI said, well, then explain, if you say that that command does not exist, explain why you in this audit you acknowledge some reunions and yet some reunions that happened in that place. And they even send them satellite images where this command center was, which they denied existed 4 times, 3 or 4 times. This was the fourth time the United pushed Sedena to accountability, to transparency. And, and when they could not deny it anymore because they realized that the United knew that the information existed because this citizen also had information, they went to classify the information as national security information. And they try to avoid transparency. So I do not trust in Selena for anything. And now they transfer this National Guard, which was under a civilian authority that was in charge. It was a civilian authority that kept the command of this National Guard. Well, now they put it under the command of the Sedena. I do not trust Sedena and the fact that they give this National Guard. They put it in the National Guard law. They put it on restricted access and undercover activities. I mean this is nasty. It's so nasty. And yeah, I wanted to speak about this in English because I feel safer speaking in English. So sometimes you feel a little bit lucky that in Mexico not everyone knows English, so it's a little bit safer to speak it in English. Um, but yeah, that's what's happening with the National Guard now. And they even approved it in the lower chambers at 3 a.m. in the morning. 3 a.m. This is how the things are being done in Mexico. I've been putting here in my social media all these sessions of the Congress, these sessions of discussion, not out there for everyone to see how they're passing this type of laws like very quickly. I don't see any discussion, real discussion at all. And the thing that I don't like the most is because is when they want to put changes, when they discuss it, and then it's a time to present or promote changes inside the law. These people never accept. And they always say no, it is not approved, and there is no discussion. So that feels off, that feels off. But that's how this government works. Some senators, uh, uh, the day of the discussion, because they organize the discussions for they say tomorrow at 5 p.m. is going to be the discussion, and they sent to the senators the document of the bill that they're going to discuss the night before. The night before. And some senators said that the reunion was at 11 in the morning, and they received the document, 300 pages, the document, 10 p.m. the day before. So these reunions, these discussions from the Congress, they want they want the senators to read the bill when they hand the bill to the senators so they can read them at 10 p.m. and 11 in the morning the next day. They want the discussion to happen. So it's very difficult for someone to read a bill that long in a very short period of time and even so discuss it. So that's why I say it's a banana Congress, because I haven't seen, at least I haven't seen other Congress in the world doing that kind of game, that kind of game where you do everything the last minute, so no one can read exactly what's going to be discussed, and then you don't admit any changes. You say, do we approve this change? And they say no. Everyone says no. So there is no real discussion. There is no real analysis of this type of bills. There's nothing. There's a simulation. That's what this is. So that's how they want to kill privacy in Mexico, in that type of scenarios. That's the same thing they did with the judicial reform. Exactly the same. No, that's exactly the same game. No? I'm gonna say like a game. It's exactly the same game. Exactly the same formula that they used to the judicial reform to pass and approve the judicial reform, which was a complete failure. That's how these people want to do things, and I don't know why. And probably they do it like this because they know that people are going to reject. If people have time to read, to understand, to participate in an open parliament, because they do everything closed. They do not discuss this with the people, with the citizens. They do not. They did not make an open parliament. They did not open doors to discussion to any citizens at all with any of the the national security reforms, the national guard reform, this enforced disappearances reform, and the intelligence security reform. They did not open doors to anyone to discuss this. The civil society was not included in any discussion in anything about these reforms. So this is not the way that any government should be ruled. I mean, no government should be doing things like this. It is stupid, no? So stupid, so irresponsible, embarrassing. That's why I say banana Congress, because you cannot do things in a government like this. It's so stupid. I mean, how can you think that you're going to do something right like this? It's so dumb. I mean, they did not learn about the judicial reform, which was a complete fiasco because they did the same formula 10 p.m. The lower and higher chambers were receiving the bill. They didn't even read it, and even at the same p.m. from the next day, the Senate was already approving this. It was insane. And it was a complete fiasco and international embarrassment. This judicial election, only only 2.6 million people voted legitimately, I mean a legit vote, because they even in a very criminal way. They increased the, the, the wage of school teachers, and went with the syndicates of these school teachers and said, well, I increase you 9% the wages. Now, what do you have for me? I want 20 million people going to vote for the election, the judicial election, and the syndicates only guaranteed 6 million. So it was not complete. All this 12 9%, because only 12 9% people voted. When you have less, you have to take down 6 million, because 6 million were um, people that they took, they took to the in the election day, they took them to vote because it was an agreement when the government almost extort, like an extortion, paid like a wage nine increase, wage 9%. What you have for me, I want 20 million people in the election day. That's more or less what happened with these 6 millions that these syndicates guaranteed that they were going to secure for the election day. So you have 12.9. We have 100 million people in an election age. In the nominal list of election, we have 100 million people with that has to vote, in the age to go to vote. Electors, 100 million. And in this election day, from this judicial reform, only 12.9 people went, minus 6 million, which is 6%, because it's 100 million exactly the people in the nominal list, in the election list. So you have like 6 million, and there were 25 point something votes that were void, that were not counted for because they have mistakes. So any vote that has mistakes, some people even scratch their own. ballots, and they put fraud, and I don't want to be part of this fraud, and they they make their own vote void because they scratch their own ballots. They went only to protest, so they were 25% of those 12 million, 30 million, 25% voided their votes. No? They scratched their ballots, so their votes will not be accounted for. That's like 3 or 4 million more. So you have six more plus 3 or 4 million. You have almost 10 million people that either voided their vote, like they just scratched their ballot, so it was not accounted for, and the other six were uh, were taken to vote, so they didn't win because they won. So it's only very few million people. So it was a complete fiasco. And I say this because that was the result of the judicial reform that was passed like this. You know? Uh, one night before they received the bill, 300 pages, no one read it. They all voted because they were being told to vote for, the main party said you have to approve this, so they didn't even know what they were doing. And they say yes, so it was approved. And a lot of problems came after this judicial reform was passed and the election was a fiasco. So after that, having living through that embarrassment, they are doing the same right now. No, exactly the same again with the security laws, the reforms, and with this creation of this state police that nobody wants. Nobody wants a state police in Mexico. Nobody wants this kind of mass surveillance, which is I think it is not recommended by any international organism or entity. Even the UN says it is not the best way to address security. But now in Mexico, they're trying to kill privacy. They are trying to kill privacy. That's what is happening right now in Mexico. That it is an attempt to kill privacy in this country, and they're trying real hard. They now succeeded in passing several laws, the National Guard law and some others. It comes the general population law. They just approved this law. They just approved this law. No, I'm reading it right here because it was just approved at 8 p.m. So this was the initiative to address the enforced disappearances happening in Mexico, which are now going up to 129,000 people disappeared in Mexico. Well, this law is to address this, but at the same time, it feels more like an excuse because when you read it, you realize that it is more in the sense of creating a police state because they try to create a digital ID. That's what this is trying to do, a digital ID. And it is an attempt to do that. It is an attempt to erode privacy, to erode all your private life because they're trying to monitor everything you do through, and now they want to put it as an official identification, an ID, the official ID in the government, with the court, which is a document we have here for identification. Now they try to do the official identification document, but they want to spy on people, on everything they do, because they're trying to introduce the mandatory that you have to mandate that companies, private services, going, buying a plane, staying in a hotel, everything that you do, you have to, in a mandatory way, you have to give your identification so the government can track everything you do. That's the main concern about this law. Everything. Some people went as far. I haven't read it very well. Some people went as far to say that you cannot buy, you will not be able to buy even a soda in the market without the government knowing that you bought that soda. Even with the same goes for the Amazon or Mercado Libre. When you buy something online, Now you apparently you will have to give this document so the government will know everything that you buy in this type of online stores. That's what the first concerns that some people in our chambers spoke about. This was some of the concerns that I heard being spoken out in these discussions. That this was a real concern. What what type of protections do you have for any authority to have access to this data? But at least with this disappearance now, under under the in the case of a disappearance, they will monitor 24/7 anything that happens with this with the corp that is suspected from a person that is disappeared. So, well, in some cases might be sound okay, but the fact that they introduce this type of systems is what is keeping, what is concerning, making many people to be a little bit concerned about privacy. Because it does say unrestricted access. So that is a major concern that I'm reading here. And yeah, I mean, it is something that I heard, that I actually heard many people in the discussions spoke about. So so yeah, they even they are creating here a national database, a platform. You know, they're creating a database, which is called in English I don't know how I'm gonna try to translate this because I don't want to sound very strange. This single identity platform that they're trying to create a single identity platform. You know, when they are going to add, they're going to link to your to corp to this document of identification. They're going to link even your health experience, your I don't know how to say files or experience, um, health records. That's your health records. They even want as far as to link to your every health record in any hospital. So they are going to even have in this uni- they're going to have even this unique identity platform, in this platform that is like a unique identity platform, they're going to even link your health records. So it's insane, to be honest. It is insane because well, I'm reading here. I'm gonna put the document so you. Well, it is as well in the. Well, here is the document, right? So there is a document from this reform. You have it right there, and it says here, right, where I'm signaling, it says single identity platform, the tool for the consultation, validation, and management of the unique population registry keys. They even are creating like a key, like identity key. So it's like a digital ID. No? The help from the help from the digital ID has come to Mexico. This is the alert that I want to put in my social media. The identity, the digital identity, which is someone that something that many people don't like, is being trying to impose to be imposed in Mexico, because they did it everything without without open parliament. They did not integrate the society, civilian citizens, into these discussions about what the citizens think about this. They did it everything on closed doors, no? And some senators said that this document that I have right here, they received it, to read it the night before of the sessions where they were going to be discussed. So if they were discussed today, they received yesterday night this document. So it's a document of 150 pages or something like that, 137. So they gave to the senators this document the night before to discuss the day after. So nobody knew anything about this law until one night before. That's how they do things in Mexico, and they do not make open parliament to invite citizens to know about this. Nobody knew about this document until yesterday night. So that is one problem, that there is no enough time to discuss these things because they did it in an extent session period of session. Let me see if I can put here. They did this in an extraordinary session period. So it is not a normal or regular period of discussions where senators and lower chamber integral people have more time to discuss. This is discussed in the weeks. No? They did this in an extraordinary temporary period, and it is only a week from 23rd of June to 2nd of July. They want to analyze this type of reforms. There are 20, and they want to approve them in a week. It's insane. It's insane. It is very, very much insane. So and they do it like this because they know people is going to reject. If people have time to realize all this and study it, and they do an open parliament and invite people to know and go into the news media and talk about these type of reforms and say that this is going to happen, many people will probably reject it. So that's a problem. No? That's a big problem that they do it like this. It's a big problem. They wait. It feels like they wait until the normal standard period of sessions ends, and they open an extraordinary sessions session this the meeting, and in only a few days they try to pass this law like fast track, like boom, boom, boom. So there's no discussion. I think that what they try to do is to avoid a serious discussion, a real discussion, and the involvement of citizens, uh, because they probably know that all the citizens are going to reject this type of laws, because it is every way, every part, every all the way it is mass surveillance state is what we are seeing being created right now as I speak in Mexico. This period of sessions is going to end in the 2nd of July. But I mean, this unique identity platform, it seems to be has all the elements of a police state, because it is creating a database which has many things that are linked to our person, no? To our identity. You see, and this I think I'm translating I am translating this document. I think you can see in the right uh, side. I think you can actually see the translation. No? So this part of the bill say quarter administrative records to the databases. So you see databases, that's the word, databases. They are creating databases, which I believe at the international level they should be banned. I think the international community should ban all these databases because they only put data at risk, and we have data brokers that are criminals, complete criminals that make money out of that, and the vulnerability of these databases. How many times these databases are hacked in Paraguay. Paraguay, we have just a recent case. I'm gonna put it right here. Just recently was linked. Was Yeah, you see, just recently we have this problem in Paraguay. You see, so in Paraguay we already have this problem. You see, this is the problem right here that I want to make. I want to make this point, and the statement. I think at the international level, all these databases about citizen data, any personal data should be banned and destroyed. I mean, any country that uses this type of systems, of the state police systems, should be forced to delete all these databases. I mean, this mass surveillance type of style, system of police state, system of vigilance or surveillance should be banned from all around the world. The problem is this that I'm putting right there. You know, Paraguay's biggest data breach info stealers fuel massive 7.4 million citizen data leak. 7.4. And the Paraguay government didn't even have the decency to notify their citizens about this breach. So they did not even know. So that's crazy to me. So why is the international community not banning this for once and for all? It only brings problems to people's life and brings criminals immediately wanting that like a wet dream, wanting to have control of personal data of people of interest. And like I said, I recently saw like Russia was very interested in businesses with Mexico, these criminals, you see, because they are interested in this type of situations happening. And this is crazy, for me it's crazy. But right here we have the problem. See? We have the problem right here. So you see, in a cybersecurity catastrophe, that's rocked Paraguay to its core. A staggering 7.4 million citizen records. Nearly the entire population's personally identifiable information have been leaked to the dark web. So I don't want, as Mexican, my my information, personal information, and like in this unique platform, they want to even put our health information or health records in there. Your cars, your properties. What do you buy from Amazon? Where do you in what hotels have you been staying? All this information there, and they never guarantee this information. This is a big problem in Mexico. This is a big problem worldwide. And they want to force, no, they want to force, because there is one more law, the general population law, when they apparently people are saying that they want to force you, where they want to force us in Mexico. It is not optional. They want to make it mandatory, like by force. Like if we were slaves, that's what they're trying to do. They want to make it mandatory that you have to give this document, this identity document, everything you do, any services, you buy a bus ticket, you have to give it. You go to a hotel, you have to give that. You want to buy online, you have to give it. You want to go to a market, I mean, it's insane. It's insane what they're trying to do in Mexico. It is insane. It is a mass surveillance state like I never seen before. And they wanted to make it mandatory, like if we were slaves, like if we were have no option, like criminals, because only a criminal force or make things mandatory, like they do not give you the option, to decide over yourself. It is like if it feels like you're being forced to being right. That's how it feels because you cannot say no. I don't want to put my data at risk. I don't want to to do that, especially when you have this national guard that wants unrestricted data, access to this data. Do you imagine this Sedena, which has um, all this criminal activity, extrajudicial killings, and so far and so on, to know all this about anyone in Mexico? And we have this type of cases like Paraguay. So this is a big problem. So like I think that this if this mass surveillance state goes through in Mexico. They imposed it. They try. They are successful in imposing it. I think I'm going to have to see any legal framework or any legal option where you just deny any access to this information or demand to be deleted because I don't know. I probably will have that option still, but the problem is this: what I'm putting right there, no? That there is no guarantees, no. And when this happens, you have the problem to have even your health, your health records, anything you do to be exposed, anything. So it is a big serious problem for Mexico. I think it is something very serious that people are not giving the seriousness that it actually has. I don't think people are actually being or reflecting the seriousness that this has. So the problem is that it says this had point to an infrastructure infection that compromise a government employees' credential, grading cybercriminals access to sensitive systems. And if that wasn't enough, in Mexico we have a big problem of corruption. So I do not trust any Mexican government, whatever political party, no government in Mexico will ever have my trust to handle any of this type of data, no? And especially when they try to link it to a unique platform of identity, no? And a unique identity platform, so everything is in one place. It is effed up. No? It is actually effed up. Your scholarity, what schools did you went to, what hospitals have you been into, all your health records, what hotels have you visited, what airlines do you use regularly, anything. I mean, I'm even seriously considering to leave the country in a few years. Actually, I'm actually, I think that doesn't sound not too insane to actually save some money and move elsewhere because this is fucked up. That's the only word that I can think of. Fucked up. And it feels like they want slaves in Mexico. Doesn't feel like they want free citizens. That they can have a private life. It feels like they want slaves. That's how it feels. And yeah, I mean, if you understand the context in Mexico, when the Sedena that now it is in charge of this national guard because they put it was under a civilian. The civilian was in charge of the national guard, but they took out this civilian head and they put it under the Sedena. And this Sedena has extrajudicial killings, all these crimes against the human rights, and these abuses. I mean, it feels like some type. I think it's going to be some type of Gestapo. No? It's going to. It feels like it's going to be bringing to life to us a Gestapo style police authority in Mexico, because it's going to be undercover activities and all this madness. I think they even gave this National Guard the possibility to that the militants of the National Guard can ask for permission to go to proceed or to seek a political office. That they participate in a campaign and they can go into a political office. That's insane. This country each time is looking, I don't know, it feels like it's going downhill. It's going down to Zimbabwe, a Tanzania level, a Sierra Leone, Mozambique style of country, like banana country. And for the worst, not only a banana country, but a state police banana country, military country, militarized country. So it's going from bad to worse. And this attack into privacy is actually making many people to to actually feel like a considerable option to just move out, to ask for asylum or wherever the hell, because we're going from bad to worse. That's what it feels like all the way down. So so I think it's going from bad to worse this country in terms of a state police. And I'm not saying that it is going to be effective because in this country everything no nothing works in this country, so that's a positive thing, that in this country all many laws are useless, are just empty words, because in this police state scenario This, I think, that incompetence and this that stuff is going to play in favor of privacy. But still, the fact that they want to do this is is insane. No? And they try to these false pretenses about uh, uh, acting against criminality when they are defending the criminals from these three banks. They're saying, no, there's nothing wrong with the banks. Is everything okay? Defending criminals? I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Let's see how this plays. No, they say that it's going to be. But the thing is, not doesn't matter what they say, no, because they say that there is judicial oversight guaranteed, but they say they play with words because they say, oh, judicial oversight is guaranteed for not intervening in communication, to not to listen to private communications, but they avoid to speak about personal data. They avoid that topic because they know they're lying. There's no judicial oversight to all the personal data. So yeah, there's some concerns, and the thing that is the most that is making it a real problem, a real concern, not concern, I mean, real uncomfortable. It's making feel very uncomfortable to many human rights activists. Is that the history in Mexico in human rights is bad. No, is bad. It is not good. It's bad. So that of course adds to the lack of trust on these type of decisions. And the other problem is this. No, this is Brigada Cyber's PMC. This happened in Paraguay. No? So this could be Mexico very well. You know, this could be if this thing goes forward and does not get fixed before it is passed, we're going to have maybe a problem like this one. You know? This is going to be a very big problem. So this it says on June 12, 2025, Security, a leading cybersecurity firm, reported that Brigada Cyber PMC posted a ransom note on a dark web forum demanding $7.4 million $1 per Paraguayan citizen to withhold the release of 7.4 million stolen records. The group gave Paraguay's government until June 13 to comply, even including a countdown timer to prove the pressure. And then says when the government refused to pay, because the government even didn't want to guarantee the security of the data. The hackers made good on their threat, dumping the data for all to access via torrent files, a tactic reminiscent of notorious ransomware gangs like Ludwig 3.0. So they do all these databases. And then when are breached, they do not protect their citizens. No, that's the problem. That is a big problem. The fact that these governments go into all these type of laws and they do not want to guarantee the protection for the citizens. I mean, when you have this type of scenarios happening in other parts of the world, and you see that they want to do the same shit in your own country, you feel like you are going to be in a whole lot of shit, you know? But like the shit show is going to begin because if something like this happens in another country, probably if this happens in the future in Mexico, they're going to do the same shit. So that's why I do not trust in these databases. That's why I do not want this type of databases. And I think most of Mexicans do not want this type of police state in Mexico. Nobody in Mexico, doesn't matter what the social media bots say, nobody in Mexico trusts the authorities with any personal data. Nobody. No, doesn't matter what the campaigns of bots are saying now in the comment sections in the media in Mexico, because it is a bot campaign right now in the Mexican social media to laugh about those people, that all the people that is concerned about privacy rights because they're criminals. These bots are paid by terrorists colluded probably with someone in the government. I put here in my social media, in one of my social media, I put a senator. Let me see if I can put it in in English so we can see what the senator said about this. The concern that this senator has about this situation happening. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna see.
Explican el dictamen.
I'm gonna see if I can put it
200 y
in English.
tantas páginas, porque no quieren que lo
Let me,
podamos
let me,
estudiar.
I'm just not to find it in YouTube because it is important. It is this the opinion, the comments, the position that as Mexican senator had about this. You know, I mean, it's important to have a context. You know? And yeah, I've seen both campaigns of criminals pushing this narrative of laughing about these people criticizing this type of privacy breaches or attacks in Mexico. And I'm gonna put several videos from this senator that is not does not want this type of laws. And I'm gonna put it in English now. So here is the senator speaking about his concerns about these laws. So you see, it is now with English subtitles. Uh, it was trying to make sense of all this. No? So I'm gonna put another video where he I can hear his opinion. This video is interesting because it gives you the other side. No? You have the official side, and this guy is in the other place, like the opposition. You know, he's not in the government party. So this guy gives some shed some light about what the other uh, political uh, senators think about this line in particular. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it is very sad to see that these type of formulas, this type of practices happens in the lower higher chambers in Mexico because they received the document the night before. They are expressing these concerns and they wanted to approve the next day. So that is the first concern that is being expressed by some senators, like two, three, four senators, and uh, and that's what happened when they do this extraordinary session period, period of sessions, or this extemporary uh, type of sessions, and when there are these type of big documents. So it is very complicated to actually understand what you are doing when you have all these type of laws and you have very few times to actually read the law, what you're doing. So this is the first point that many senators have. This is exactly the same thing they did with the judicial reform that ended up in a fiasco, no? Complete fiasco. So that is a problem for the country because if you try to do things like this, it's going to end bad. So that is like it says like the farce and the trap. It says that like a trap. So that is the posture from this senator, and I'm gonna put it the audio in Spanish real low.
Que ese dictamen
I'm gonna say something to add context. This senator,
claramente contenía
it is not very
y que
welcome in
eran
Mexico.
o
It
violaciones a
was,
la
it
privacidad
has a little
o
bit of
francos actos de censura.
critics. It has its own critics
¿Qué
about
se
this,
nos dijo en ese momento?
and but I think it
Como
is
nos lo dicen
important
muchas
to put
veces, que la oposición acude a la
this
magnificación
his
y que
statement
lo que estábamos
in English
diciendo
because
no
he
era
gives a little
verdad.
bit of context, a
Nada
little bit
más
of
que en los
context
últimos sesenta y
about
cuatro
what's going on.
días se encargaron de darnos la
And this
razón.
is a,
Porque lo que ahí
one
dijimos
of the many
en las
reforms that
grabaciones
we are talking about.
fue
This
que
is one of the
109 le
many
iba a
reforms.
permitir a
This is
un
one of the
fulano,
reforms I think that I
Don Pepe Merino,
spent
mañana
more
como
time
se
on it.
llame al que nombren
It
ahí,
was
bloquear cualquier plataforma
the
digital.
telecommunications
¿Y
reform.
qué dijeron? Dijeron que no era
So I
cierto, que
talked
estaban
very,
leyendo mal
very
el artículo, que se
I
refería a
talked very
normas
openly about this.
comerciales para
I talked
aquellos
about the
gastos en los que
Article
no
8,
hubieran pagado sus
Fraction
impuestos.
64. I talked
Eso
the
dijeron.
Article
Hoy
159 and the
reconocen que
160,
tenían
the
razón.
160 article,
Lo
which
reconocen,
was the
pero no
Garcias
existe el
Lunas
artículo
article that they
109.
put into this law. So it is the senator
Segundo
saying that
punto
the
que señalamos,
109 article, which was very
dijimos que era muy delicada la censura
controversial,
previa
was
para
putting
los
away. It
contenidos
was
extranjeros
deleted,
y que esto iba a
and he's trying
implicar
to speak
que
about
inclusive un
what the
noticiario como
Article
el de
109
CNN
said,
estuviera
but it actually
sujeto a
was deleted.
censura
So
previa.
in a way, it was
Dijeron nuevamente que estábamos
like
acudiendo
a
a la
good and bad thing. You
ratificación,
know,
que no era
these
cierto.
all the efforts that
Pues los
we made,
últimos
that I made
64 días
specifically
se
about this
encargaron de darnos la
telecommunications
razón,
law
porque ya
was
se eliminaron los
listened
artículos
to.
201 y
They took out
202
some
que
articles that were
establecían
very
la
controversial
censura
because
previa,
they were
incluyendo a noticieros
they
como el
were
de CNN.
being called out as
Tercero,
censorship. You know, this type of
dijimos
articles. So
que
here is saying that
violaba
all these
el
articles,
capítulo 18 del
after
TEMEC
they were
y que esto iba a generar
criticizing
un
them,
problema severo
they
a la
finally were
economía
removed. You
mexicana.
know, but in the
Lo señalamos con
in
toda
the
claridad,
beginning,
ahí están los
when some
videos.
people
Dijimos
we
los
were not
artículos
that much people
56,
that we
57
started to
y
talk against
58
these articles like
violan el TEMEC.
109,
Nos
160,
acusaron de
202,
catastrofistas
211.
y
At the
dijeron que
beginning, they
estábamos
tried to say that no,
magnificando.
everything, no, you're misreading it, you are
64 días pasaron
exaggerating
y el
exactly.
tiempo nos
People are
dio la
saying
razón,
they started to
porque
try
ya
to
no
do this
existen el
type of speech.
56,
No, you're
57,
exaggerating, you're
58,
insane, no,
son el
you're not reading
78,
well, you're not
79 y 80
understanding the law.
y están redactados
And
en
what happened
términos
3 Doritos
que
later,
ya
no?
no
Like
son
3 seconds later,
violatorios del
a few
capítulo
moments later, like they say
18
in the meme, a
del
few
TEMEC.
moments later, because they took out
Señalamos
all these
como el
articles,
asunto más
they
grave
removed them
el que se
because
estaba
first they
concentrando de
want
manera
to
brutal el poder
minimize,
en
you're
una supuesta
exaggerating, you're
agencia,
not
pero que
reading
en los
well,
hechos era
you're not
concentrar el
understanding.
poder
This is
en una
completely
sola
protected
persona.
from
La
human rights, no
iniciativa
censorship.
quedaba a
They try
una
to
sola
minimize
persona,
this,
todas las facultades
and they
del
tried to say that
regulador,
he was
no solo
exaggerating
las de
and everything,
política
but then
pública,
they took them out
incluyendo
because the social
otorgar
pressure
y
was
revocar
high,
concesiones.
especially for the media,
También nos acusaron
they were pressuring
de
like no
extremistas
one,
y de
no, like
magnificar.
I haven't seen before.
Estos
So,
64 días nos volvieron a
and
dar
then
la
I
razón,
criticized
porque
the
ahora lo que se está
160
planteando
article,
es
which
que
is
esa persona,
Felipe
es
Calderon
decir, la agencia, ya
copy
no
and
tenga las
paste right there.
facultades del
No,
regulador
they copied
y que sea ahora un
Felipe
órgano
Calderon
desconcentrado, colegiado, el
law,
que asuma
and
las
they
facultades de
copy pasted
regulador.
it in the 160.
Hasta aquí, dos conclusiones. La primera, celebrar que de algo sirve la voz de la oposición, porque aunque no tengamos los votos para ganar en el tablero, sí podemos señalar errores, desviaciones, pero también reconocer en estos 4 puntos a los que me he referido. Alguien tuvo enorme éxito convenciendo al gobierno de que esto merecía una rectificación. A las 10:30 de la noche publican el dictamen. 200 y tantas páginas, porque no quieren que lo podamos estudiar con el detalle que se requiere. Pero hay 3 asuntos que ya detectamos que son muy graves y que si no se corrigen, y estamos a tiempo de corregirlos antes de votar en el Pleno, van a opacar el enorme esfuerzo de quien haya logrado corregir lo anterior. Y me quiero referir de manera puntual a esos 3 problemas. Mi impresión es que ha habido un debate al interior del gobierno y que los técnicos sensatos han logrado avanzar, pero hay por ahí una vena autoritaria que se resiste a hacer los 3 cambios que hacen falta para que este dictamen sea digno de ser aprobado por unanimidad en el Pleno de la Cámara de los Senadores. Primero, el registro de usuarios de telefonía móvil. Lo traían en el artículo 8, fracción 64 y en el 160, fracción cuarta. R3D, defensores de la privacidad, organizaciones de la sociedad civil, denunciaron la gravedad del padrón de telefonía móvil. Bueno, pues la vena autoritaria lo que hizo fue esconder el padrón de telefonía móvil con una redacción distinta en el transitorio 30. Si ustedes leen el transitorio número 30 de este mamotreto, van a ver que ahí está el padrón de telefonía móvil. No quiere ceder la vena autoritaria. Segundo, el artículo 160 permitía al gobierno, a través de la agencia, tener acceso a la geolocalización en tiempo real, sin orden judicial, de cualquier dispositivo móvil. Para efectos prácticos, implica un estado policial que puede saber dónde estamos todas y todos los ciudadanos en tiempo real, en todo momento. No lo eliminaron. Lo único que sucede es que ya no está en el artículo 160. Es un artículo prácticamente idéntico que ahora es el 183. La única diferencia es que ahora quien le pide a los concesionarios la geolocalización en tiempo real ya no es la agencia, sino la comisión. Pero insisten en tener acceso a la geolocalización de los ciudadanos en tiempo real sin orden judicial. Y tercero, la facultad de suspender transmisiones. Esto significa que si está saliendo en la televisión o en el radio algo muy crítico que le molesta al gobierno, con el actual artículo 10, fracción 53, alegando derecho de las audiencias, pueden suspender la transmisión. Este es un problema muy grave porque la Corte ya lo había declarado inconstitucional cuando solo se refería a audiencias infantiles. Ustedes van mucho más allá. Primero, no observan que la Corte lo declaró inconstitucional, pero además ya no solo aplica la suspensión de transmisiones cuando viole derechos de audiencias infantiles, sino que lo dejan abierto a derecho de las audiencias, y se queda la propia comisión con la facultad de emitir los lineamientos que establezcan con puntualidad, concluyo y gracias por su tolerancia, presidente, qué implica la violación a los derechos de las audiencias. Termino como empecé. Hay avances importantes, sin duda, pero si no corregimos el registro de usuarios de telefonía móvil, geolocalización en tiempo real, artículo 183, y facultad para suspender transmisiones con una cosa tan vaga y abierta como derecho de las audiencias, no habrá manera de acompañar este dictamen a pesar del enorme esfuerzo que se ha hecho. Nuestro llamado es a que haya diálogo, que haya apertura, terminemos lo que se empezó y saquemos por unanimidad en el Pleno un dictamen digno de ser aprobado por la Cámara de los Senadores. Es cuanto, presidente.
The microphone battery was dead, the battery. So I changed the microphone. So there was the comments from the senator. You see that the senator was speaking about how he does not like all these. He did not like it was in the subtitles. He did not like all these dynamics, no, or formulas, where they gave him or gave to the senators uh, 10, 10, 10 p.m. night, the 200, 300 pages reform or bill to read it and discuss it the next morning. See, so that was the senator complaining that he received the reform, 250 pages reform, 10 p.m. And the next day in the morning, they wanted to be discussing it to approve it. And that was the problem that he was referring to, this senator. And he was saying that they always try to argue that you're misreading. No, they always try to minimize, no, to minimize that you're exaggerating, you're misreading it. No, this guarantees that we guarantee all the rights and everything. Demagoguery, and then they all these articles that we criticize the society and opposition people criticize, they first say, no, no, they try to minimize. No, you're exaggerating, you're wrong, now you're misreading it, you're not getting it, you're not reading everything well. And what happens three minutes later, like the meme, like 3 minutes later, no? They took out all these articles, no? These controversial articles. No? So they first tried to downplay, like, nah, don't worry, you're misreading. And 3 minutes later, they took all these articles out because they saw themselves exposed, like criminals, because only a criminal when they try to downplay things, and when they saw exposed, they only the only thing that they do is now to hide the head, so they delete it because they could not keep the lie, no? The lie. So this senator was speaking about all this, no? He was speaking about how they did some articles, they only hid them, He was talking about how some articles they were only hidden. They say that they removed them, but they only hid them somewhere else. So you see, so he's saying all this stuff, but then he says that that with the with this users registry of mobile numbers, this database, they only say that he only said that they only hid them, So he only said there it is, say that he received this document 10:30 p.m. And the next day he was he needed to be in the discussions to approve it. So it is not enough time. It's insane, no? And then later he's saying that there are three issues, no? No, that he made an effort to actually read it, and now he's saying that there's something that he did not like. So we as citizens do not have this document to read for ourselves. So we have to rely on some of these senators when they state publicly what they found, because that's another problem. Not many senators talk about these articles very openly. And the documents we don't have sometimes as citizens to read them for ourselves. And I have been looking for this document. I haven't found it because I have the 24th of April of 2025 version that was the previous version that this senator has. This senator has the 26th of June of 2025 version, which is the latest version of this reform, telecommunications reform. So he's now reading the changes that they made, which I haven't read, and he's saying that the Article 160 and these things that I criticized about this national mobile registry, which was mandatory, they only say that they changed. So he's saying that they only hid it. And he's talking about, well, he's saying that they only hide this mobile phone registry with different wording in the third transactional period. So this is another problem, because when you are going to do something correct, that is inside the law, that it is approved and supported by the citizens, you don't hide things. You don't hide things under another articles. You change the wording and you do the same. You know? So I have not read. I will repeat. I have not read this last version from 26th of June of this telecommunications reform. I only read the version of the 24th of April of 2025. So I cannot confirm this, but this senator has read it. He had actually read it, and he's saying that they only deleted the 160 article and they hide the user's phone registry in another article. So what I'm saying here, this is that when you are doing something that you know you're right, that it is correct, that it is just, that it is inside the law, that you want to do something good with it, you don't feel the need to hide it. You don't hide things. You do things openly. You talked about them openly. You invite everyone to see the changes. You you go and seek the support from the people. People already rejected this user's phone registry in 2009. Nobody wanted it in 2009. So nobody will want it now. Nobody wants it now. So that's why they try to hide it in the text. And this is why, in a criminal way, they want to pass these laws fast track, no, fast track, no, with no time to react. This is what they want. They want no time to react for the people, because if they gave time to react, for people to understand and analyze these things with time, people is going to reject it, because nobody wants uh, an invasive law that puts at risk it's the privacy of everyone, no? The private lives. So, so he is talking about what he feels are not inside the maximum protection of human rights, no? especially privacy and free speech, you know? Because he's talking about another risk of censorship, you know. So we fought, you know, social society, or ONGs, you know, GNOs or NGOs, non-governmental organizations, and civil organizations will be fighting, you know, fighting so strong against these laws that are going to be putting at risk privacy for everyone in Mexico. They're fighting. It is a big fight against these laws. Yeah, an extreme fight. Even the UN has fought, and they trying to do this like criminals. That's what keeps me up at night sometimes. You know, the fact that they want to do this like criminals, not giving no time to react to society. This is a complete risk of a police state. This is a real risk. And this type of laws are creating something very dangerous for all Mexicans. And like I say, sometimes it feels like this country each time is going more into a banana state, banana police state. You know? And that is not okay. It does not feel okay, you know, because sadly in Mexico, I mean, it wouldn't it wouldn't be much of a problem if we had the INAI alive. You know? The National Institute of Access of Information was an autonomous entity which protected our personal data and and guaranteed transparency, you know, for everyone. And it supervised and oversees any institution in terms of transparency and protection of data protection, even for companies. You can make a complaint into the INAI, and the INAI go and, 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 and do something about it, you know, not to enter into more technical speech, you know. So you have a problem with your personal data, mishandling of personal data. We went to the INAI, and the INAI did something about it, you know. But now they destroyed the INAI. You know? The previous president, like a criminal, completely destroyed and shattered the INAI under false pretenses, you know, lies that it was not good and everything was lies. He destroyed it, and now we don't have this institute to protect our personal data. That's why many NGOs and civil organizations in human rights are protesting very, very strongly. And I agree, we should be protesting very strongly against this type of laws, because now we have no protection against these abusive powers. We had the INAI, they destroyed it like criminals, because it was an autonomous entity that could do something about it. But now we don't have that. Now we are openly vulnerable to abuse from corrupt authorities, from criminal authorities, colluded authorities with criminals, or terrorists even, or even the abuses of human rights that the Sedena has in his history book, shame, no? His shameful history book of extrajudicial killings and abuses of human rights for the tree of Ayotzinapa and so far and so on, even to the back as back as far back as the 70s, no? Extrajudicial killings and the Pegasus stuff, many nasty stuff. Now the National Guard is under the Sedena supervision, and now they gave unrestricted access to the National Guard, which is under the Sedena, which is a nasty institution. And we should be protesting very strongly in Mexico against this police state, very strongly. And we should say very openly loud that if they pass all these laws, without judicial warrants, without judicial oversight, without independent commissions that supervise and oversee all these entities, these authority entities, without transparency, without accountability, without real accountability, because in the National Guard, the law says that it has an internal commission that is going to look for abuses, and they're going to address all these things internally. I mean, that's not enough. I mean, nobody believes that an internal commission is going to fix any abuse. I mean, no one believes that. So independent, autonomous, independent commission outside, not outside this national guard that oversees or anything that they're doing and punishes and presents complaints or, or any type of abuse that is integrated by many people, from many sectors, that it is open and so far and so on. So we don't have these type of things in this type of law. So in terms of human rights, it is not very well. They're not very well designed. And in the context of Mexico, if we have this in the context of Noruega, Finlandia, Sweden, you will not have any worries. Well, it's a democratic country with no his background of serious human rights abuses or extrajudicial killings. Well, you will not be very concerned about it. No? But in Mexico, we don't have a strong, independent judicial power. We don't have we don't have the INAI anymore. We don't have autonomous entities, independent, strong, that protect the personal data, like we had before. We have serious abuses of human rights in the background of our country, especially from the military. So it is a very nasty place, in that sense, in terms of human rights. So in the context of Mexico, this is nasty, this is awful, this is horrendous. This is something that makes you even consider moving out of the country, to be honest. I mean, seriously consider moving out of this country. Seriously, because the background of this country is very, very nasty. Nasty, nasty abuses of human rights. Nasty, nasty corruption cases. Nasty, nasty criminal activities. We have the Isaguirre Ranch, for crying out loud. No? Isaguirre Ranch, which was operating uh, because the mayor of that place was colluded with terrorists and allowed the ranch to operate for several years. So very, very nasty and gross corruption and gross human rights abuses. These types of laws are nasty. We should be calling it out as nasty, abusive laws, because you cannot expect anything less from this type of laws. Only abuse and human rights abuses and gross human rights violations and very gross criminal activity in this type of situations. In the context of Mexico, because it doesn't matter what they say, they only say lies. No? They only say lies and demagoguery that no, it's going to be okay. No, we're not the same as the ones before. Yeah, they're the same. They're passing the same lie that Garcia Luna want to pass. I put it, the Garcia Luna's wet dream was to have a police state. That was Garcia Luna's wet dream. They are putting the same Garcia Luna's laws inside the telecommunications reform. This senator is saying they only change words, but it is the same. It is the same Garcia Luna's laws that was in his national, because Garcia Luna and Felipe Calderon already did this. They already created once before the National Registry of Mobile Users in 2009. Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna already did it, and it went down into the hellhole because 2 years later they took it out. No? They took this National Register of Mobile Users because it was a fiasco. No? But now they want to try it once more. But what is the problem? That now we don't have the INAI. So when we have a government that has been pointed out by Donald Trump and the U.S. government as a very unacceptable and intolerable collusion with criminals, when we have that, that type of situation, when we have this type of money laundering by these banks that are closed tight, to some political figures in this country, we cannot give us the luxury to pass to let this type of laws pass. We cannot simply cannot be that naive, that fools. We cannot be that type of fool. We not cannot be that type of naive when we have these situations happening in Mexico and not give any fight at all. And this time, because the judicial reform was the same. I remember I saw these discussions. I saw them live. Now I'm publishing in my social media all these sessions from the Senate, so everyone can see how they do things very dumb in a dumb way, in a very banana way. And the result of the judicial reform was a complete fiasco. And I believe this because it's the same formula. No? Everything fast track, no discussion, real discussion at all. Everything last minute, everything at the very last minute. 20 reforms. They want to pass 20 reforms in 7 days. It is insane. So I think it's going to end bad, to be honest. But uh, I'm going to return to this one. No? The problem is this one. We have this case, no? This scenario where Paraguay have this breach, this type of databases breach, and in Mexico, like I put here, they want to put, they want to create this thing, this nasty thing. I'm gonna put it here translated so everyone can read it. So they want to. This is the law that they just passed a few hours ago, and it says a unique identity platform through the consultation, validation, and management of the unique population registration codes, which is the CURP, which is now the official identification in Mexico. So the problem is that in this unique identity platform, they're going to put even your medical records for crying out loud. That level of insanity. They even put in biometric data. You know, they're going to put records onto databases of any authority that integrates biometric or identifying data of individuals. You see, you know, these administrative records, this FDOT database, with the databases of any authority that integrate biometric or identify data of individuals by reason of the procedures or services they provide. So if you use a service where you use your fingerprint to access something in a bank or something, now they want that information linked to this. It's very fucked up, to be honest. Very fucked up. And they even went as far to put your medical records, even that to that level of insanity. So, so yeah, I mean, it is very. I feel it a little bit too much to my taste. Like it says here, this platform. You see, this says. For the purposes of this law, this single identity platform will be the primary source of permanent and real-time consultation, and it will interconnect with databases or systems that allow for continuous searches of information records. So privacy is fucked. No? They're actually trying to kill privacy. You see, there is very clearly said, it is very clearly stated there. For the purposes of this law, the single identity platform will be the primary source for permanent real-time consultation, and it will interconnect with databases or systems that allow for continuous searches of information records. Right there, you see privacy fuck, and right there, you see privacy fuck. So yeah, you see, any record, database of information, system of individuals providing financial services, transportation, telecommunications, parcel delivery service, employer records, and social security, even fucking religious institution. So even the religious, you will not even have the liberty to go to any worship place and have your database there and be not molested, because even those institutions will be fucked, as well as any private institution that manages health, education records, or databases of individuals, which is necessary for the social location identification. Well, they are putting it under the false pretenses of missing unallocated persons, but the fact that they are creating this database is a serious problem for privacy. A serious problem for privacy. Like he says, no, this unique identity platform will allow, you see, monitor a unique population registration key of a missing person. You say, so the fact that they're creating these laws under the pretenses of a not of a disappeared person on location, what guarantees do we have that this is not going to be misused? No? Because I didn't see, as far as I have read, any protection from misuse. So this is a risk, a real serious fucking risk. No? I mean, real serious. So this, the Ministry of Interior, through the National Population Registry, will enable the necessary access for the Attorney General Office, local prosecutors, National Commission, and Local Search Commission to access unique identity platform. You see, they even will give to these authorities the access to this database, you know. And what guarantee are going to have that they are not misusing this type of stuff? No? That's a big problem. That's a big problem. So, and this is another big problem, you see, because it says any authority and individual of any nature that has biometric data or any other identifying data of individuals must allow the Attorney General, local prosecutors, public security institutions that are part of the Federal Executive Security Cabinet, as well as the National Intelligence Center, which is the military. Why the fuck do they want that the military have access to these databases? They are not going to be able to find anyone. Why they want to give to the military? If it is apparently because it is a missing person, why the fuck they want to give to the military access to this platform? You see, that's where the fucking devil is. No, militaries do not look for missing people. They do not do activities for searching missing people. Why the fuck they want to give the National Intelligence Center, which is an institution from the militaries? Yeah, I think it's one of the militaries, do unrestricted access and immediately consultation. I mean, what the fuck they want to give the military this when they do not seek for people, missing people? Those are civil authorities. You see, this is a big fucked up problem. National Intelligence Center unrestricted access and immediate consultations of the records, databases, or information systems. And you're not only going to be fucked by one institution. You are going to be we are going to be vulnerable as Mexicans to any of these fucking corrupt people in these institutions. Now we have to be worried about fucking corrupt attorney generals, fucking corrupt federal executive secretary cabinet, corrupt people inside these institutions, or even the fucking military. So now as Mexicans, we won't have to be worried about fucking corruption, any fucking corrupt officials inside these type of situations that tries to do something nasty, nefarious, not only from one institution, but even as even the military. So I don't why they want to give the militaries access. They do not seek for missing people. You see, that's why I say privacy they want to kill privacy. They want to kill privacy. That's what they're trying to do. And they say in a strict adherence of the provisions of what they say that they have to respect the law of protection of personal data. No, but like I say, no, how are we going to know when any of these people access our information? Why? When are we going to find out? When are we going to know that these people is accessing our data behind our backs, or even to spy on us? No? Do you imagine the political risks that are implied in this crap? And I'm not saying that we should not be doing something to find missing people, but this is too fucked up to my taste. To be honest, too fucked up to my taste. Very fucked up. Why the fuck militaries have to have access to this database? That's the fucking concern that we need to see. I'm going to say it very clearly out loud, everyone. This is an alert now today. This is a yellow light, no caution. The sirens of alert are now kicking in because this is too fucking much. To be honest, I mean, militaries do not seek for missing people. Why a military institution is named to have access to this type of database, which is going to have even a religious, hell, anything for crying out loud. This is a fucking master being state, a police state, a military state now. So I think that if they go through this, all this, like it is like this, um, I mean, even the INE, no? Like in this other part, no, even the INE, now the INE, like say the National Electoral Institute, which is the INE, our national registry, our ID, it says even that institution will allow the prosecutor's office and local prosecutors and public security institutions that are part of the same crap. You know? And it says again this crap. Why the militaries will want to have unrestricted access? Huh? But it says here not unrestricted, it only says immediate access to the biometric. Why the fuck do they want to have access to our biometric data? Why? No? It says here signature, photograph, and fingerprints. And any identifying information and address. Address. They even put the address of citizens contained in their databases and information systems for investigative location search. And why the fuck do they want the militaries to have access to any address of anyone? You know, the national intelligence. Well, why the hell do they want to put this into the law? No? So, and even the health, no? Not if that was not enough, all those establishments contemplated and regulated in the general health law that due to their authorized activities and objectives collect, use, manage, or store biometric data are obligated to maintain complete records. No? Obligated, like mandatory. This is outdated and allow consultation with the prosecutor. Again, allow consultation. It does not say with judicial warrants. You see, it does not say in the law with judicial warrant required. You see how they are trying to kill privacy. These people are killers, are assassins. They are trying to kill and assassinate privacy. They're killers and assassins. They're trying to assassinate and kill privacy completely. And they do not want to give accountability for anything. Complete criminals. They do not put there, you need a judicial warrant to access these databases. They are not putting there in the law that they have to go to a judge to justify why they need this information. I mean, it does not even say it afterwards, because if you're looking for someone, maybe you don't need the warrant immediately, but you need it after. There preemptive there warrants that you can have in a pre event. scenario. But in these scenarios where there's urgency, you need to do it afterwards. There's post warrant notifications. So the excuse that it is a missing person, you don't have to immediately look for it. Well, it's okay, but they don't put in here yet. I'm not seeing that they have to notify judicial authorities that this is an emergency measure, but they need to notify. I have not seen this yet, so that's a big problem right now, because this law is from today, so I'm actually reading it as I speak, because you see here it's 26th of June. You see right there, right up here it says 26th of June. You see here 26th of June 2025. So this law is from yesterday, so I am barely reading it as I speak, but at least as far as I have seen in this 12 article, we're not seeing any of the things that I'm talking about. But the very fact that it's saying all this is very is concerning. It's very concerning to see all the situations that they want to put in this identity platform, no? Unique identity platform. No? It's very risky to have a platform like this. Well, I will not give any consent for any of this. Of course, I will expressly say I do not consent any of my personal data into this unique identity platform, at all. Because if they cannot guarantee the security of that database, I better stay out. No? Like the Americans say, I opt out from this identity unique platform. I am not a missing person, so I will always publicly say I opt out. I do not consent the any information of myself, any health records, anything into that identity unique platform. Because you don't have guarantees, and if they breach the database from Paraguay, what gives you the confidence that is not going to happen in Mexico in the future? So I will not, I will prefer stay. Every single Mexican should opt out, to not give consent to anything regarding that platform, because that platform could be dangerous if they do not guarantee security. So so yeah, it's very risky. Of course, it's very risky. This platform, very risky, and every Mexican here in the country should opt out and say I do not consent any information into this platform, for the reason that you will not have guarantees that this is not going to be um, leaked into the dark web and end up in criminal hands, like these Paraguayans. You see, these Paraguayans have leaked all their information and it is put for sale, you see. So I will not wait for this to happen and say, oh my God, this is bullshit. I would prefer to stay and opt out before and say, even from now, I will not consent any of that information of mine into that platform, the unique identity platform, because shit happens and happens around the world. You see, a national crisis with global implications. You see, shit happens with this type of databases, and governments are very lousy with security with this data. You know, we have this problem in Paraguay, and like he says, one of the most significant cybersecurity incidents in the nation's history. And we agree this is a wake up call for governments worldwide. You see, this is a wake up call for governments worldwide. This security notes that this incident could be one of the most significant cybersecurity incidents in nation history, and we agree this is a wake up call for all governments worldwide. And like he says, no, Paraguay's refusal to pay the ransomware principle has left its citizens vulnerable. Of course, you will face problems when they do not guarantee this. So the best security what we're going to have as citizens is to opt out, to say I do not consent any of my personal data, anything, whatever, whatsoever, services, health records, whatever, academy, scholarship, what schools did I attend to, anything into that unique identity platform, because this shit happens. No? Shit happens, and this Paraguay's refusal to pay the ransomware principle has left its citizens vulnerable. Cybersecurity expert Luis Benitez told OCCRP, "We are completely and utterly defenseless." I mean, when you hear something like that, is red flag. And say emphasizing the government's struggle to manage the crisis. The leaked data can now be cross-referenced with social media and other databases, enabling cybercriminals to build their detailed profiles for scams, extortion, or even nation-state espionage. So I'm gonna say this again. Data brokers, the companies like Palantir, are the enemies of humanity. They're becoming a problem for humanity. The same thing as we wake up to some Middle East problematic figures, in the Middle East from one government that is having many problems, causing causing many problems. Well, we have that type of people in governments. We have this type of problems in the web. Cyber data brokers, no? Uh, Criminal enterprises like Palantir, and governments falling into the trap of a police state, of a mass surveillance state temptation, and they try to do this type of dumb stuff. We have citizens, real people, citizens outside the matrix, outside the internet, having risks of vulnerability, risks of frauds or scam, identity theft, and many other real life problems that are going to make their lives hell, or maybe may put them into big trouble and despair and angst, and in a bad concerned state, in a very justified way, because it's no small thing, especially when governments want to force people and make it mandatory that they need to use this type of crap. They put people in a very bad position. So this breach underscores a chilling reality. Info stealers are no longer just a tool for petty cyber criminals. They are a weapon for large-scale nation-level attacks. No? Do you imagine this type of Iran or this type of countries attacking the United States with this type of systems? It's insane. The Brigada Cyber PMC's motives remain murky, with security suggesting possible ties to foreign state actors, masking espionage and cybercrime. Regardless of the intent, the method is clear. Info stealers provided the key to unlock Paraguay's most sensitive data. Our data from Hudson Rock shows a surge in stealer infection targeting governments and healthcare sectors across Latin America, with Paraguay being a prime target due to its rapid digitalization and geopolitical signification. You see, rapid digitization, excuse me, and geopolitical significance. This is the infection on rbmspbs.gov.py is just one of many, but its impact is unparalleled. Governments must prioritize info-stealer monitoring, endpoint security, multi-factor authentication, and employee training to combat this growing threat. The best way is to avoid making these dumb databases. We don't need to have everything digitalized and make it mandatory. We don't need to have our data put it in a database. Many people, we don't want this type of database. We reject it or repudiate this type of databases that only every time ends up in hands of criminals. We need to have the option to opt out from this type of stuff. So I'm gonna repeat it. No? It is a wake up call for all governments. Like I say, it is time for every international entity and even the European Union starts to deleting this type of databases and going back to reality. This digital madness is going too far. I have even saw PewDiePie rejecting YouTube. Anybody, he does not like YouTube anymore. I didn't. I saw some media reports, and I don't think it's trolling. I think it was serious from serious institutions talking about PewDiePie uh, calling out YouTube because I don't know why he does not feel any more comfort in YouTube. So any single time more people and more human beings, we are rejecting this digital madness. No? And this is a wake-up call for governments worldwide. Like I say, this we should be not embracing this digital extremism where we see governments making it mandatory. Like you don't have an option. And they even put like that. Like I just put here in this law. They put everything. You see everything. So this is nasty to me. And it's okay if you want to fight or to find people that are missing or something like that. But the fact that you are playing games with this type of information, with this level of invasion to privacy, I don't know if addressing a crime issue needs this type of serious violation of gross violation of human rights. Of course, there are exceptions, but exceptions are not the norm. This is too much. I think it's going to it is like putting it is like killing privacy in the name of uh, of fighting disappearances. And I'm going to say something. Uh, we have 129 disappeared people, but many of those were mistakenly put as disappeared people to reduce the homicide numbers. No? Because in 2021, I suspect that the AMLO government, the former president government, under false, he wanted to reduce the homicide rate by naming the people that died and putting them as disappeared. That's why the disappearances went to the sky high. So if that happens, we don't have that much people disappeared to have this type of laws being proposed. It will not be a crime that needs to go as far as this, as killing privacy. You cannot fight crime uh, stepping, putting your foot on top and destroying privacy. You cannot fight criminality like that. You cannot simply fight criminality like that. So, and I suspect this is a real suspicion of mine because in 2021 we went like from 15,000 disappeared people to like 100,000 or 90,000 disappeared people in 1 year. So that I don't think that many people disappeared that year. I have my suspicions that the former government, to reduce the homicide rates, they claimed that they would only disappear. That's a real suspicion. But if that's the case, we're not talking about that as a crime that has uh, that is that big of a crime to go as far as to destroy privacy. That's what I believe. Actually, I believe. So that's a real concern. I mean, people can investigate this, and maybe I'm right. And if I am right, then that is just only an excuse to kill privacy. I cannot rule out that possibility, to be honest, because there's something very suspicious in all these situations happening, and that might be one possibility. And if that's the case, we're talking about another false pretenses, like the same thing they did with the NI, because with this National Institute of Access of Information, with that defended the personal data and the transparency, they destroyed on the false pretenses. They came with excuses that it was too expensive. Everything were lies, and they destroyed it. So if they did that, I cannot rule out that they are trying to use as an excuse the pain of suffering of people, the way people disappear, and that the previous government did that. And that's why we have these high numbers in disappeared people. And they use that as an excuse to do this. I mean, I cannot rule out that. Of course, I can. We can. I think the UN maybe even realized this because they were the first one to call out the government that did something because it was impossible to have in a few months from November to December, something like that. 90,000 plus new disappeared people in just 3 months. I mean, it was insane. So there's something very fishy in all this, very, very fishy. And the lengths of how they kill privacy Dice no all public, no, no, aquí dice, no, it says this, no? It says all public or private institutions that have under their custody bodies or human remains will have obligation to keep and maintain systematic records with the forensic information. Well, that's understandable. But yeah, I mean, when you say this, no, it's too much. I mean, it's too much. I mean, I don't know if the international entities will see this law, but I think it's too fucking much. Public or private institutions that generate or have access to images measurements generated by satellites or named aircraft or other technologies will be obliged to allow their consultation to the prosecutor's office, local prosecutor's office, and security institutions that are part of the. Yeah, I don't know. The problem is that I'm not even seeing judicial oversight. I mean, any judicial warrant, anything like that. So that's not very. So far, is not looking very nice. No? Very nice. So let's see. This is about the. Okay, this is about the from the search location identification file. Well, this is when they file a missing person. This we're not that much into a missing file when they open a missing file person search. Well, we don't that does not have anything to do with privacy. So this is only about the characteristics of this file, identification file, on this. Yeah, when do you make this report, no? All the name and everything like that. So this is not I don't think that's much of a problem. Let me see here. What do we have here? They say that they're going to assign a number from the, like it says, assigning an investigation file number. And so this is nothing to do with privacy. It says here. It says here that they have to refer to the national code from criminal procedures. So here is what happens when here is about people that are involved in this type of situations. Like they say, participants who did not directly intervene in the provision of liberty in the lacking of the victim's life. Well, this is about responsibilities, no? Let's see, no? Administrative responsibilities and infractions. Let's see. I think this is more into accountability. So let's see if they actually put judicial oversight, or or independent commissions that oversight or supervise any type of this access to this database. Let's find to see. Let's see if we can find something like that. It says here this is the non-compliance by individuals who possess databases, records, or information, and that in accordance with this law, they are obliged to allow access provided information will be sanctioned with fines ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 times the daily value of the unit of measurement and update human. I mean, it's a very people that don't want to to uh, to give access to authorities will be uh, sanctioned. And that's a very high sanction. I mean, a real big high sanction. So it here say the person in charge of the National Population Register, the person in charge of the National Guard, these people in charge of them. I think this is where I think it mentions what type of person has access. Maybe it's the person designated by the National Conference of Justice Prosecution, representing the local prosecution, and head of person in charge of the citizen security and security. This it says here that are authorities representatives of the local prosecutor's offices in their capacity as autonomous constitutional bodies are permanently invited authorities with the right to speak but without votes. So I don't understand very well this. It says that about the fines, the sanctions. I really don't understand very much this. It's not. It's weird. It says here that the person that presides the national presides over the national system may invite another authority or national and international organization to respective sessions, depending on the nature of the issues to be addressed. Who will participate with a voice, but without a vote. It says about the national system of. I think about this. The sessions of the national system must be held regularly, at least once every 3 months, by call from the Executive Secretariat of National System by the Presidency, extraordinarily upon instruction and as many times as necessary at the proposal of one third of its members. So it's just about like a national system, like a commission, maybe to address fines of entities or companies that don't want to give information to authorities when they are looking for someone. So let's see how this national system works. Maybe it gives oversight to this type of access on this type of information. Say the approved search protocol and the protocols provided by Article 73 of this law says here that this request the participation of the National Guard in specific actions of actions locating and identifying and missing. This is a problem, you see, because this National Guard should not be looking for anyone. Why? Because it is part of the military. It's part of the Sedena, and Sedena has extrajudicial killings and so forth and so on, many abuses, gross abuses of human rights. So why are they trying to rely in the National Guard when the military, if it is under military head, like the military oversights this National Guard, why they put this National Guard to rely to? No? They say the request of participation, like they want to rely on this National Guard, but the Sedena has a lot of gross human rights violations and lack of transparency. So I would not rely on any military institution for any looking for any people, no, at all. So I don't know why they want to request the National Guard to get involved into looking for a person. That should be a civil situation where no military institution at all is involved. That's very, very, very. I think it's very weird. No? I don't like this part, no, at all. Says here that this national system to subscribe collaboration and coordination agreements with the complete competent authorities, both national and foreign, for the operation of transnational mechanisms for the search of missing or located persons. It says here now about the specialized prosecutors' offices that are going to be in charge of disappearances. So it's okay. Also, investigation, specialized research units, some type of units of request, victim tracking units, units of immediate and long-term search units, and specialized areas in cyber crimes. Specialized prosecutors' offices referring to this article most sustainable administrative policies. So it says a little bit about all these contexts. They say it can give psychosocial support which must comply with the established profiles of national conference. Okay. So far, it's not that bad. That part is not that bad. It says here, the profile is no, it is have the profile. It should say something like that. So to have the profile established by the National Conference of Prosecutors, the general law of the National Public Security System, and it must be in accordance with the objectives stated in the previous article. And that is talking about this. This is this the information the National Commission. This okay. So this is this National Commission to help search people. No? So let's figure out about. Well, let's talking about when the investigation begins. They have to record everything and register everything. So this is part of the how it's going to work. So this is nothing about accessing private data. So I'm going to be faster in these parts because this is going to how it's going to work. It is how it's going to work. So I'm going to skip until I see some privacy issue related stuff here. So he's talking about this national registry. So he's going to have a national registry about missing persons. So this is normal, no? The National Bank from Forensic Data. So it's obviously they have to have some type of this situation to consider, searching for a non-located person or something like that. So let me see if I can find something related to privacy, which is the thing that we all concerned about this. I mean, it is okay. Nobody is against the government creating mechanisms to find people. Nobody's against that. The fact we are against giving up privacy, killing privacy in the name of looking for person. That's what we want to avoid as citizens in this country. And the fact that maybe that this high number of disappearances, because it's 129,000, but we cannot rule out that citizens in Mexico that even the UN called out Mexico about this in 2021, in November to December, because in 3 months, 90,000 disappeared people appeared as disappeared. No? So in 3 months, 90,000 people disappeared. Something's off, right? So my theory is that the government in charge, in turn, back in the day, in 2021, wanted to have homicide rate down, lower, to justify political propaganda, to say, hey, we are fixing homicide rates, crimes. They put these people dead into missing persons, and that's why in 3 months went like hell. These disappearance people from 20,000 to 100,000. Maybe it's not that big of a problem to sacrifice like this privacy. That's what I we cannot completely rule out. Of course, we all want to missing person to be found. Of course, we all want that justice, but we wanted to do it the right way without sacrificing the privacy of anyone. That's an important thing that I want to mention. So this is another problem in terms of privacy. They want to create the national population registration key. You see, so we have this case of Paraguay. We have this case in Paraguay, and they want to create a key, no? Which is for me is BS. To be honest, to me this key is BS because how are you going to know that you are the only one that have access to that key? What guarantees are you going to have about that? And this is from another law, you see, because human rights institutions are calling out this crap very strongly because it is a set of reforms, like 4 or 5, that work together to create a system that effectively kills privacy for everyone, that assassinates and kills like killers and assassins of privacy. Because you see here is an element from another law. You see, we're talking about the general population law. And you see how this works? Why they passed this law without fixing this? You cannot put exactly this because if you do not pass the other law, you're gonna have to fix this article, putting out this key. You know, but and I'm gonna address this later. But it says here that the biometric data, that the problem is that this information sometimes adds biometric data, and it's related to this unique identity platform. So when you talk about databases, that there is a database that contains some information, personal information about yourself, centralized. That is all in one database. That's wrong. You see, because you can have biometric data in a bank or in another place, but that bank does not have access to any other information. You know, it only has one piece, and the hospital has another piece. Your health records, but an hospital cannot access anything, all the information at once. But that unique identity platform have that access. So that is crazy. That's why I say that I do not consent any information of mine into that unique identity platform. I will reject any information of me being in there, completely. I will not recognize any information in that unique identity platform because it is crazy to have everything in one place. Insane. So I will not. I think many people should understand this, but Mexico, ignorance is bliss in Mexico, and many people just don't understand the risks of all this. So uh, it says here, you see, the it says the Ministry of the Interior will carry out actions to integrate biometric data of individuals into the unique population registry code. And it says here the the transfer of biometric data held by the authorities of the three levels of government to the National Population Registry with the prior authorizations of its holder, which I'm not going to give. I don't think I'm going to give that authorization because after seeing this Paraguay fiasco, this problem, I don't feel confident to do it. I don't feel confident to do it because you see this, no? In Paraguay, it's hell. They are hell let loose in Paraguay. They are having this big issue right here. This is from 23 of June, you see, 23 of June. So they're having hell let loose in Paraguay with this. I'm not going to wait for this to happen in Mexico. I'm not going to wait. I'm going to stay. I better stay out. So it says here it says here it's just because you cannot be that fool, that naive. This happened in Paraguay, and they actually Paraguay is telling it is a wake up call for everyone in the world. No? I'm not gonna wait that stuff happen in Mexico. I'm not gonna wait and sit there and wait. I'm just gonna say I opt out. I don't want to be part of it because that only brings more risks to your life. So this the attendance of the holders of the centers that the Secretariat of Government established for this purpose. Says uh, the integration of biometric data will take place upon the consent of the university. I don't well concerned that once this, but not everyone will want. I don't want this integration of all this data. I mean, why? I will be crazy if I will want that type of risk in my life. When we see that these type of databases are fucked, they don't have future. These databases. So why the hell are people with a brain will want to have their information in one place? Of course, no. I don't want it. I mean, I rejected all with all the power that you have. Is the Ministry of Interior through the National Population Registry will establish coordination and collaboration mechanisms with the various authorities of three levels of government for that purposes. So I see many people just rejecting that because who would want to be that in that level of risk? The unique population registry key that includes biometric data will be linked to the National Health System Registry as stipulated by General Health Law. It also might be integrated with other national registries and systems in accordance with the political law, which I will reject. I will completely reject that type of stuff. The National Registry of Population will come with a unique identity platform. This is a problem, you see, because I think it's going to, if you don't want to, they cannot put you there by force. The National Population Registry will have a unique identity platform for the consultation, validation, and management of the unique population registration keys. Yeah, this is some type of key. I understand some type of key with the group. I don't know. I don't understand it very well, but let's say allowing the integration of the data. No, it is the group. It is your photograph and your fingerprint and your name, and that's all. So yeah, it will have now a unique identity platform, which I believe you might have the option to add something, another records in there, but many people will not want. I mean, who will want anything in one place? Nobody. I mean, I will not. I will not allow that type of situation to happen. Because it's too much risk to have all your information in one place. Too much risk. Nobody will want it. I will not be that fool of myself, especially when the Paraguay case. Says, let me see here. What else do we have here? Says uh, the digital version of the unique population registration key as identification will be managed by the telecommunications this transformation agency. I will see if I can deny that creation of that digital key. I would prefer it only on paper. I'm going to see when if they put us all the citizens in Mexico to review all this update. Well, I'm going to have to ask if I don't want any digital version of my corp. I don't need it. I have my paper, you know. Uh, so it says here, it says the terms. Where. So blah, 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 blah. So it says here that this corp says as well in other applicable legal provisions, the unique population registries, which is our corp, must be used in the process. Is a must. This must be used in the, so they're not putting it as an option. That's why I don't like when governments did not give you an option. I always say no. I want an option. I am not a little kid. I want an option to say no. I want the other way. I want to have options. I don't want to have only one option. I need options. So this is not cool, right? As well as in other applicable legal provisions, the unique population registry code must be used in the processes of validation and authentication of people's identity. I reject this, you know. We many people we already have social media validated, but why they want to force us to do that, and what they want to centralize everything that links to our person into that I don't like that at all. Man. I don't like that at all. Every public or private entity shall be required to request a unique population registration key for provision of its procedures or services. You see, this is where I don't like it, you know, because why do you put this, you know, in this law? You know, it's fucked up. You know, you see, well, as far as I understand this, they want to make it mandatory to use this registry for anything. So why? I mean, why do we, every single person in this country, in this mass surveillance state, because that clearly shows a mass surveillance state, why do we have to be forced to do that if we don't want to? If we don't want to, why do we have to have that? That's what I don't understand, you see? I don't like that at all. Not one, even one bit. I don't like it. The authorities of the three levels of government and individuals who fail to comply with the obligations in the Article 91 Se me apagó el micrófono. Yo simplemente estaba leyendo lo que estoy subrayando ahí, ¿no? No sé, si no, no sé cuánto tiempo me dejé de escuchar, pero prácticamente estaba leyendo lo que está ahí subrayado, ¿no? Estaba leyendo lo que está ahí subrayado en inglés. Entonces, pues creo que, aunque no se escuchara, no sé cuánto tiempo tiene sin escucharse, al menos creo yo no se pierde de nada, simplemente estaba leyendo lo que está subrayado, ¿no? Y simplemente comentar, ¿no? Todo esto que he estado subrayando aquí, que he estado leyendo, que he estado traduciendo en inglés y lo he estado leyendo, pues habla de I'm sorry, I forgot I was speaking in English. And the microphone discharged, the battery was discharged. So I was only reading the parts that I was highlighting. So if you were just watching, you didn't lose much. I was just reading all these highlighted areas, and in this law, it's very clearly, it's very clearly that they're trying to impose a mass surveillance state under the false pretenses of fighting the disappearance issue or the problem. That's something that you see clearly here. So I was reading a lot of this. I was reading actually a lot of this document, and, and if you see, I was reading about how in these areas up here it says that in Article 1 it is guaranteed in Mexican Constitution that the human rights and all this. But I say that it doesn't feel like that, After I have been reading all this, it doesn't feel like that, It doesn't feel like uh, like it is actually following up the Article number 1 in the United States Mexican Constitution, which says that it will guarantee human rights. It doesn't feel that way because you don't see privacy being respected. You see privacy being killed and assassinated. So this law it feels like it is just killing rights. That's how it feels. So uh, I was reading here. No, I was only reading here, as you could see. Maybe you were not able to listen to me for a moment in time in the live transmission. But I was only reading what the parts that I was highlighting. No? I was translating it and reading it in English. But now that I have already seen this, read this, you see that you are giving away too much. I think that we as Mexicans we are sacrificing too much for a single crime, as disappearance. And I say that we cannot rule. I say I'm gonna say this, we cannot rule out that this enforced disappearance problem in Mexico might be as bad as we believe so because uh, we have that in we have that in 1 month. We have that in 3 months. Excuse me, in a period of 3 months from September, October, November, more or less December in 2021, the UN made an emergency statement to Mexico because in a matter of days, magically 90,000 disappeared people appeared as disappeared. No? And back in the day, in those dates, the government was pushing the narrative that they were lowering homicide rates. So many people back in the day were suspicious that they were actually pushing homicides, crimes, into disappearance. So they were only playing with the numbers. Say, no, we lowered the homicide rates, but look how good we are. But the only thing they were doing were calling these homicides or crimes into disappearance. So that's why magically and very suspiciously it increased in a very very big number the disappearance numbers in Mexico and triggered a response by the UN to Mexico. You can look out this in the internet. You can look out for the human rights UN commission. You can search out that they were meeting an emergency message to Mexico in terms of disappearances, and you will find out that this number increased very suspiciously, very high, very very much in one short period of time. So if that's the case, if that scenario is right, where we are sacrificing too much privacy, to address one crime, no? Because it literally is destroying privacy, no? Under the pretenses or maybe false pretenses of fighting disappearances. So, and I was reading here that this law is claiming to justify this type of law, no? This serious violation, gross violations of privacy with UN. They were saying something about the UN. You see, here you say UN, and I was reading this, no, this part where they cite the UN, and I was saying, well, the UN say that mass surveillance states are off the book. You know, they should not be considered for anything. You know, the UN says that any mass surveillance systems should not be considered at all because it is outside. It is not in the best practices or standards of human rights. So this law, which proposed this, you know, they are forcing us in Mexico to use the corp as an identity official document, and they are forcing us to take a picture and give our fingerprint. Otherwise, they're going to sanction us with a fine, like a fine, you know, like money. So that's not okay, you know, because they're not giving options to anyone. They're forcing people to do it. Otherwise, they're going to be fined. That what let's say sanction, but it's more like a fine for doing something that maybe not all people want to do. So I don't know. That does not feel like very human righty, pro human rights law. Doesn't sound like that at all. And the fact that they want to force people to use the group for every service they hire, that doesn't sound too much into privacy, pro privacy law. And the fact that they want to create this unique, unified identity platform, which you will have even medical records in one place, that doesn't sound like privacy at all, to be honest. I mean, it does not sound like a pro privacy law. It sounds like a mass surveillance state or police state, which are criticized by the UN very strongly, saying that that is outside the human rights principle that every law in the world should be under, right? Should be following the guidelines of international human rights principles. And surveillance state does not follow human rights principles. And the UN said it very clearly. Any mass surveillance state is off the books, is not following the human rights principles, and should not be considered in any way. And we have also the Paraguayan case where when they are saying it is a wake up call for all governments worldwide. So the fiasco that happened in Paraguay when they were hacked in this type of the platforms. And here is all the information. It says very clearly here that it is not a good idea, these type of platforms. And it says here even that it is, like it says, no, it is one wake-up call for governments worldwide. So I think that the international tendencies are going to be to destroy these databases instead of creating them. So I don't see any future for this law. I think it's going to be destroyed in the future. It's going to be eradicated and destroy this type of databases because this platform specifically, this platform, this unique or unified identity platform is a very bad idea, no? A very dumb idea. And I think it doesn't have any future in Mexico or in the world for that matter. That I already read it once. It's a unique identity platform, a tool that interconnects public and private databases with the unique population registry group to facilitate the search and location of individuals. One official document with an essential data for identification. No? So I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think this is the best way to address this problem because it says here, you see, it is mandatory for many things the group now. So we already have the email. That's the problem. We already have the email. So why the change? You know, why the change? So uh, I was reading here this why this change. You see why this change. So I was reading this already. This group as mandatory identification is defined as the unique source of identity for individuals. It includes biometric data, fingerprints, and a photograph, and it will be mandatory in public and private procedures. Why? Why? why it will be mandatory in public and private procedures in both physical and digital formats. So they are forcing people. So that doesn't sound very human rights at all. I don't think the UN will be agreeing that they're going to force people to do something that maybe they don't want to, using the excuse that they're going to fight some crime, because you cannot fight crime forcing people to do anything or even to destroying human rights, because they're killing and assassinating privacy here. Because imagine that you want to go to a hotel, you want to go to hire an internet service, you want to do to something, and you have to use your curb, and you cannot avoid it. That sounds like a mass state surveillance, mass surveillance, a police state. That does not sound in any way, shape, or form a way to fight the crime of disappearance at all. That sounds like an excuse. The saying that you're going to fight disappearances sounds like an excuse to create a surveillance state. And the UN has said very clearly that surveillance state is on the books. It's outside any discussion. It's dumb. It is not under human rights principles. Best practices of human rights. So I don't know. I does not feel like the Article One in the Constitution is being respected. It's not being enforced. See, you feel the other way around. Like they are actually killing and assassinating privacy. That's what it feels. Is so. And the other issue here is that if it implies, the law implies that if people do not want to have a corpus, to take a picture of this and that, it says here that people are going to be sanctioned. That does not feel like freedom at all. No, that sounds like you. That sounds like if you have slaves and you want your slaves unmarked, no? Like they did in the 18th, 17th century. That's how it feels. That's how it actually feels. Like if these people think they have the slaves and they want them marked, like when they put into the slaves the mark of the owner, because they seem like they want to do it by force. No? They don't want to give the option. A democracy. Uh, I don't think it forces people to do anything. I mean, it puts laws and puts rules to follow to coexist in peace. But this is not like that. This is forcing us Mexicans to do something that maybe not all want. And the other problem is that they do not ask people about this. They did not went and ask for the people if this was an idea that they wanted. They do not have the consent of many people. They did not include in the discussions people, citizens, civilians. They did not want to ask people in the streets, in their houses, if they wanted this, if they will agree with this type of situation where they were going to be forced to do something. I was not being asked if I was okay in being forced into have this mandatory court. And I don't think many people were asked if they wanted this type or agreed with this type of situations. So it's very, very nasty, very, very weird, very, very off. It feels off. And I don't know. I mean, something feels off effectively. Something feels very, very off. And that's why I wanted to put this stream like a warning, like the like the lights in warning, like the yellow light warning, because seems like they want to, I mean, sacrificing privacy, killing privacy, destroying privacy, and creating a mass surveillance state and a police state for allegedly fighting the disappearances, which is a crime that we don't really actually understand the depths of this crime in Mexico. They should have done first a study to see how profound this crime was, how complex it was, to understand the crime by itself, and then propose something. But I don't remember. I don't. They no one asked me in the first place if I would agree to something like this. So that's very off, very very off. Especially when you're talking about killing privacy. I will never agree to something like this. When they are forcing you to do something, they're forcing you to use identification for some services. I mean, of course, many people will not like anything at all like this. So And the fact that Russia seems to be very interested in Mexico all of the sudden, that's another fucking bad sign right there. You got a fucking hellhole. All hell seems to be breaking loose, with this type of madness. I think it's too much. I don't think this law is under the best human rights principles. I think it's destroying privacy without people's agreement. I don't think people was consulted or asked if they wanted this, so that's a big issue for me. I don't know. It seems too much to for my taste. So let's see here. What else do we see here? Let's say, yeah, and the fact that they can access this database only for people that is missing. Well, that's something, It's, but the fact that you are forcing all the 130 million people to use forcibly this document for any services. I mean, why do we have to do this? Why the government is not able to fight crime without molesting or putting its citizens into more problems, and even into the risk of this situation in Paraguay happening, which is says, right here in Paraguay they did the same thing, a database, and it was the biggest data breach, a big data breach when the Paraguayan government didn't even put on notice their citizens of this issue, and they found out because they realized that the company that was investigating this published it in this page. And that's why people found out of this. So, and the problem is that even Paraguay says very clearly, one of the most significant cybersecurity incidents in the nation history, and we agree, as it says, this is a wake-up call for governments worldwide. So we need to call out, speak out against the police states or mass surveillance states because they don't work. See? So we see here, you see, uh, says here something interesting. Let's read it. Says adds the principle that says here add the principle of proportionality in the treatment of personal data, limiting its use to strictly necessary purposes. The operation and functioning of the unique identity platform will be subject to the principle of legality, necessity, purpose, and responsibility. The use of the unique identity platform is conditioned on a unique folio or investigation file number. This platform will have a decentralized design and will adhere to security measures and protocols. In addition, records of physical and mental health, private assistance, and addiction treatment centers are included as sources of research for the unique platform. But anyway, I mean, the problem is this, you see, that they are putting this system into operation. They want to do it. What guarantees do we have that this is going to be used for a legitimate use? They're going to be using it. They buy Pegasus for crying out loud to use it outside the law. What guarantees do we have that this is not going to be abused? That is a real problem. And until then, we should. Well, the problem is that the UN says, no? The UN says that none of these type of systems should be even considered if you do not have a legal framework that actually enforces the respect of human rights. So why are they considering this when we don't even have now the INE anymore? So this off the book completely, but they establish continuous monitoring of the corp to identify movements related to missing persons with real-time alerts and continuous searches. But the problem is, what guarantees do we have that they're not going to misuse this for other purposes? I mean, that's the big question here, especially in the context of Mexico. Mexico is not Denmark, it's not Finland, it's not Estonia, it's not Lithuania, it is not, uh, what do you want, Luxembourg, If we were in a country like that, many people would not be that concerned because they have a judicial independence very strong. They will have autonomous entities. They don't have the same backgrounds that Mexico have in terms of gross violations of human rights or even extrajudicial killings by the military. So Mexico is aiming too high. Is aiming too high naively because the collusion of authorities with criminals, with terrorists, the collusion with criminals from any of the security authorities and the impunity that we have in this country, the extrajudicial killing from the military, and this type of systems is very dangerous. Mexico is not a country that should be thinking in this. We need to leave this to a country that is fully democratic, that has independent institutions and a good division of powers, that has autonomous entities that keep and safeguard uh, personal data or even transparency or accountability. But in Mexico, we don't have these things. We have a very, very bad scenario when this is be a mix. This is going to be a formula, a mix, a recipe for disaster. That's what I see, a complete disaster, and it's going to end up in problems. And the other countries that do this type of stuff that ends up in this type of situations. I mean, yeah, and that the fact that in Mexico they wanted to do it mandatory, that they don't want to give us the option, say no, I don't want to. That is a serious concern. So let's see what it says here. Well, I read it already here. It says here another one. Uh, it says here the authorities and individuals who have biometric identification data of persons under their custody per agreement. I already read this one. Uh, so it is complicated. It is complicated because it is giving away too much, and I think it is not enough. It is not enough justification say that you're going to fight just one crime like disappearances, giving away this too much. No, especially when it is a human right. Human rights are non-negotiable. You cannot give away any human right. You cannot erode human rights. Those things you cannot say, well, we're going to do an exemption. No, no, those have to be guaranteed all the time. So I don't know, it's too risky. I see it's too risky. It only says that it considers improper. It says the improper use of the United Entity Platform for purposes other than those established by law is considered serious. But it doesn't say any penalty, any sanction, anything else. But it's considered serious. But that doesn't say anything. That's not guarantee of anything. They should say, well, will be charged with 10 to 12 years of prison if it doesn't say anything of that. It should say something like that there. It will be fined or punished up to 10 or 12 or 15 years in prison. Why it doesn't say this? No? It's serious? What do you mean with serious? I mean, what the hell? You're not saying anything, you see. So there's no clear guarantees of any misuse of this type of systems. You see, you don't say serious, but then why? What is going to happen? Is going to be in prison, or you're just gonna say, hey, you misbehave, behave. Yeah, that's it. Or what? There's no clarity in this term. So they should say something like it will be punishable by law up to 14, 15 years in prison. But that is not enough. You see. And when you don't want to participate in this system, in this corporate, you're going to yeah, you're going to be fined. So we as citizens are going to be fined if we don't if people doesn't want to participate in this. It's going to be fined. So you see, so yeah, people is going to be fined if they don't agree with this. But what happened when you see authorities misusing this? You don't see that. No? It only says that it is serious, but it doesn't say much. So that's nothing. That's the same if you will not say nothing. So that's some problems that we see still here. And I don't know, it's something this is not. I don't know, it just feels very off in many ways. But anyways, we have all this here. So we have all this here. Uh, and then it says this, you see, says that no additional budgetary resources will be allocated for the operation and function of the unified identity platform systems and records subject to this law. So I believe that this unified identity platform will ever exist because with no budget you cannot make anything. So I don't know. I think is this destined to fail. This um, I think is destined to fail because there's no budgetary addition. So I think it's going to fail. It already failed, because they already passed this, and I think it's going to fail because of that. So good. We have this another thing, the general population law. So you see, they're talking about 90 days. So they always try to do this fast, but the authorities of the three levels of government will enable within a period not exceeding 90 calendar days necessary mechanisms for the consultation, transfer, and validation of relevant information for its integration into the court. So if this identity platform will not have a budget, how can you? They're not going to be able to create anything. So this has no future. This law, you see. It says here that within a period of 90 days, when the entry into force of this decree, all public and private entities will adopt necessary measures to include the group as a requirement in the procedures and services under responsibility. So I don't know. I just it seems very. I don't know. It seems too much for something. It's like you are forcing 130 million people to do something because of 120 now 120 129,000 disappeared people. But I don't know. It's just I mean, uh, sadly, many of the disappeared people probably are dead. It's very sad, but this possibility is a reality. It's very possible that many of these people are actually in a mass grave. Sadly, I mean, I don't say this smiling, is very sad truth, but there's a very high chances that all these people, most of them are actually dead. Many of them. I'm just saying, I will dare to say that there are many few thousand people alive, probably, and you have to ask yourself, making mandatory something that will require money because companies will going to require maybe a procedural or something extra into their systems to do the court. You're going to put all the population, 110 millions, into do something that many people maybe don't like. And you have to consider that maybe many people will not give their crops. I mean, what guarantees you that people will give their crops to when they buy something? Well, I mean, there's no guarantees as well in that. But you are doing all these systems where you don't have the certainty that people will even use their group to any services like this proposing. And you have to consider even the people that might not have the time or even the money to do this type of to update their corps, because they are poor, they don't have work, they live very far away from the government offices, so they cannot do it because they don't have money. So you are going to put that people into a problem because they're not going to be able to hire any services. So you are putting a problem. You are actually kind of discriminating people. So you see, this is very very problematic. And then you have the thing when you're going to have informal establishments that are informal, complete informal, that they do everything in cash. Of course, they're not going to ask any curb. I don't see the people that sells elotes, that sells tacos in the streets, asking for the curb for a service of tacos. Or maybe the the little store in your corner of your street is not going to ask you for a curb for anything. You see, so I think this is very very stupid. Sometimes I believe it's some of these laws when they do not do it hand in hand with with the citizens, with civil associations or non-governmental institutions that maybe are specialists in these types of subjects, like security, like disappearances and human rights. When you do all these things, close doors, and do not interact with people that actually know of these subjects, you end up with stupidities like this, you know. And that's why all the human rights associations in Mexico, even the UN and many others, have come with all their gut. They have come with all their guts, leaving nothing in store. You know, all the all the fight they could to stop this madness. You know, because it wasn't created with the company and assessment and advice of people that actually know what they're talking about, especially in human rights and disappearances and insecurity. So when they do this unilaterally and do not consider the people, the citizens, this type of laws do not work. You know, the problem with the national user mobile, with the user's mobile registry, uh, many people did not want it. Many people used the group of Felipe Calderon to register cell phone numbers, you know, because they protested like that. You know, they made it a protest against that Felipe Calderon because he was the one who wanted a state police, and Garcia Luna. Garcia Luna, the criminal, was the one who wanted a criminal police state, you know, a surveillance state. So why this government that says is the opposite to Garcia Luna and Calderon. They have come out publicly saying, Calderon is the evil one and Garcia Luna is a criminal and this and that. Why they are doing the same that Garcia Luna wanted? Why are they making a reality the Garcia Luna wet dream of a state police? Why? If they hate him so much, if they criticize him so much, why they're doing what he wanted to do? Why? You see? So there's a problem right here. So and this is the thing, you know, like it says that they are going to try to force us to use the code for every service. You know that's nonsense. You know, it's kind of nonsense. So the problem is that Mexico is not a democratic country. You know, we don't have a democracy, a powerful independence in the division of powers. You know, in the judicial power and so far so on. So we cannot be thinking about these types of laws. We are far off. You know, we are now in no way in conditions to be discussing these type of laws. So it says here about this unified identity platform or the unique identity platform. So here is this law. You see. So I think it repeats. It repeats what I'm gonna read. So I don't know. It just feels off. You know, feels quite off. So and apparently in the Senate they already voted in favor. So I think it's going to fail miserably this type of loss, especially because I believe, and I don't mean this in a bad way. My true belief is that sadly many of the disappeared people are dead. That's my that's what I believe. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. But the thing is, using or forcing people to use the group is going to help find people. I mean, if you have a disappeared people that have probably is disappeared by force, you know that the criminals have these people disappear. These people are not going to be able to update or even use their corpse. So how do you want to find them? It's just so stupid. Think about it. If you think it like this, you know. So you say you have disappeared people, and you have to consider that many of the people disappeared are dead. That's why they don't find them. They need to find their remains. There are many people in that case. We have other circumstances where they may flee, you know, somewhere, and they're not even in Mexico. You know, you have that other possibility that they are not no longer in Mexico. And then you have another one that they are in a disappearance state and they are not free. They cannot move. They cannot go outside a house. They cannot go outside of a place. Or maybe they're being forced to work in some place, but they're not free. They cannot move by themselves. How do you expect that you're going to find these people because they're going to use their curb to buy something in a market or something like that? The number of people that you are going to find in this system does not justify the fact that you're killing privacy. So that's why it feels like an excuse to create a surveillance state. So that's what it feels. Just think about it a moment. Talk with people. If you talk with people that understands, even the family members say that this law is not addressing the issue. It's not really fixing the problem of disappearances. It is only an excuse to create a state, police state or a mass surveillance state. Because why do you believe that people that are disappeared are going to use their curb to hire an internet service, to hire a cable, to go to a Walmart? I mean, these people are probably under very difficult circumstances. They're not going to be willingly using their curbs for anything like a normal life. That's the big issue here. The amount of people that are going to be probably found is very small. And that does not justify the fact that you are putting the entire population into a system that it is a mass surveillance state. That's my point of view. That's what I believe, considering what I have read and investigated and know about the problem of the enforced disappearances and the case in the context of Mexico. What I believe truly is that this is only an excuse to kill and assassinate, to kill, effectively kill and assassinate privacy, like killers and assassins, killing and assassinating privacy under false pretenses, by the excuse of fighting disappearances, which is only an excuse and is not going to fix the problem. It's not going to fix the problem. And you're even putting population, you're even putting the population into an obligating or forcing them. If they do not want to adopt the curb, they're going to be sanctioned. You know, I don't see freedom in that one. So that feels like someone that believes that have slaves or wants to mark their slaves. That's how it feels. I don't know. It feels very very off. So if you consider that a Noma is, let's see what how much a Numa is, because it says it's an Uma. So it says here it says a monthly value of 3,000. But I want to know exactly, not the monthly value. So let's see how much a new Uma is. This is an Uma, 133 pesos. So let's see how much is. I think it said 10,000 Umas. No? So is this one? It is what I'm gonna do the calculation because it says that the sanction, if you don't want to use the curb, is 10,000 Let's see how much that is. This is probably the fine. You see, 130 pesos for 10,000 Umas, because that was the fine that they apparently say that they went to. imposing to the people that did not want to do it, right? So I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. I don't know, feels just off, no? Feels very off. And the UMA sanction is too much. I mean, it will be like 1 million pesos, I think. So that's too much, no? It says that the UMA is 100. It says here, you see, uh, it says here 10,000 to 20,000 times the daily value of the UMA. No? And here it says that UMA is 130 pesos. If you do the math, in 10,000 UMAs is a million pesos, 1 million and 130 pesos. So that's the fine for not taking the picture and the and the and the put your fingerprint. Apparently, according to this, you see. So well, I think this is maybe this goes into the. I think this is, goes for the authorities. I don't think it's going to go to the citizens. It is going to be probably the authorities of this the municipal I mean governors and mayors and something like that. These authorities that do not comply with the article is going to be that kind of. I mean the authorities. It says the authorities. So mayors, governors. What do you want? The not senators. No, I mean. What do you think? I mean, police officers or the Secretariat of Economics or Ministry of the Interior or something like that. All these authorities, I think that's the point where I was mistaken. The authorities. No, it says and particulars. No, I mean, it's yeah, no, I read it very well. It says particulars here. So, no, I mean, everyone. So, everyone, no, particulars. I read it well. The authorities of these three levels of government and individuals. So, a million pesos, 1 million pesos. If someone does not want to take their picture, that tell me if that does not fucking sound like a fucking dictatorship. Anyone, no? Tell me if that's not a fucking dictatorship. So that's fucking insane. No, that's behave a criminal behavior, because you cannot justify that you're going to find people and making this type of sanctions. If it's a goodwill, if it is a goodwill, why do this? No, I mean, it's so fucked up. To be honest, each time this country seems to be more and more. Uh, yeah, each time that you see this, you start to consider moving away to another country, literally, in any way possible, because when you have that, they want to put this type of mandatory situation where you don't have the option to say no. Well, that's you don't see that. I don't think you see actually that when it is completely unnecessary, because you can understand it in other type of laws. You might understand this, but this type of initiative is, I think, is just an excuse. So we need really to put an alert. I'm going to put this as an alert that if they continue with this approving these laws, then this country is no longer trustworthy of anything, and anything that this country says is going to be under when they force someone to say something they don't want to. No, that's what they're trying to do, because when they torture people when they force them to say something, when they force how do you say, when authorities force a confession, you know, when they make it like with force, like they inflict uh, something to force something to make it by force. That uh, I mean, that's not a democracy, you know. So I don't know. It feels very off, and it feels like an extortion, you know, like a clear attempt to assassinate and kill privacy and an extortion, you know, because they are not giving the option of people to say no, right? And they are not considering people that cannot do this. You imagine someone that lives in the mountains, you know, something that lives very far away that does not have internet, and maybe they don't even know about this. No, how are you going to sanction that person with that kind of amount of money? It's stupid. It's so stupid, to be honest. Do you imagine a person that is an aged man or an aged woman that is old, 70, 80 years, and lives maybe alone, you know, in this ranch or this small community, you know, where they don't have, maybe not even like, hmm, do you think that it lives like 2 3 hours or maybe 1 hour from the government offices? Do you imagine that person going to have to take her picture or his picture and put his fingerprint in his group, and even paying this type of fines for crying out loud? I mean, who the fuck make this type of laws? It's just. But anyways, I mean, when you see this type of stuff, you think the person that wrote this maybe thinks that he has slaves and that he needs to mark them down so they don't confuse with the slaves of another place. Or I don't know why, because they call about the article number one in the Mexican Constitution that guarantees human rights. But when you read the law, you don't see the human rights reflected at all. When you're killing privacy, you cannot talk about article number one of the Constitution. I'm talking about the UN. When the UN says "fuck your master surveillance states," and I'm sorry for the expression, but literally the US UN almost used the F word, F bomb, when talking about mass surveillance states and artificial intelligence, no? In such surveillance states, no? Or police states, which are clearly non compatible with human rights international standards. So I don't know. I fail to understand many things in Mexico, uh, and yeah, I mean, Mexico people needs to speak very clearly about this. This feels more like an extortion under the excuse of fighting disappearances, because this proposal is this the proposed the reform is not going to fix the problem. You know, I mean, I don't see a people that is being enforced disappear, um, or these family persons that are looking for their families that they are not found. I don't see I don't see many people that is going to be helped with this law, and even the family members of these persons are losing their privacy too. So I don't like it. No, I don't like it. It does not convince me at all. And here is the law. They said this is the law from the 26th. Here is all the senators that were present in this commission. So you see all the senators that were in the discussions, but I don't know. I don't feel convinced by this. I'm not saying that it is completely useless, but I see it as an excuse to create a mass surveillance state. To be honest, so and I will not give consent. You know, at least personally, I don't think I will ever going to give consent for this unique uh, identity platform, because we have this type of problems happening around the world where they create these stupid databases, but they only put people in problems, and maybe even risks, you know, very life and death risks. Because in Paraguay, they had this biggest data breach 7.4 million citizen data leak, and the government didn't have the decency to notify the people, the citizens, that they had this breach. The Paraguayan people found out because a research company hired by the government investigating this case published in his page this situation, and they found out like that. No? Very embarrassing, and we should not comply with this. No? And the fact that they are making it mandatory is not, it is not legal. No? It is not under any I mean, if they want to force you something, you can go to an international commission of human rights and say that they are forcing you to do something you don't want. And no country in this planet that considers, not even Venezuela for crying out loud, not even Nicaragua, only Korea, not only North Korea does this type of things where they are going to say they're menace that they're going to sanction with $1 million fine or something like that if they do not comply with this crap. It's completely off the record. You can go whenever you want to go with anyone you want to go with any lawyer with anything. They're going to say it is full of shit. This law. They cannot force you like that into anything. And the fact that we have these type of scenarios into in the place, where Paraguay uh, had these type of databases breached and put the life of people at risk, because you put people's life at risk with this type of databases. This is not something that is only just like a game. Nothing happens. This is a real life, probably life and death scenario for many people. So when you have these type of situations happening around the world, you cannot allow. I mean, the international community. I think the international community needs to open the eyes and do not allow any country to do these types of laws, you know, especially in places like Mexico, because in Mexico you have all this collusion with criminals and terrorists because they are terrorists. You cannot put these type of situations like a game. It's something that maybe have uh, serious implications or consequences for many people. Because this is no game. You know? So I think the international community should ban anyone that creates these types of databases, especially because especially in Mexico, because there's no justification. I mean, this justification to say we're going to combat disappearances by destroying privacy, by killing privacy, by making it by force. There is no option. It's forcing people. So that is not a democracy. And the other risk we have is this type of problem where the hackers create national crisis. You see, national crisis with global implications. So it is not something that you should be like, there's nothing. No, no, it's exaggerated. No, the fallout from this breach is bad. With 7.4 million records now circulating on the dark web, Paraguayan citizens face unprecedented risks of identity theft, financial fraud, and targeted phishing campaigns. The torrent-based distribution method ensures the data spreads rapidly as anyone downloading the files becomes a peer distributor, amplifying the damage. Security notes that this incident could be one of the most significant cybersecurity incidents in the nation's history, and we agree this is a wake-up call for governments worldwide. So we cannot be fools with this type of situations. No, I'm not going to be a freaking fool, and we should be fighting this with all we got. With all we got. I mean, with everything we got until we take down these types of laws. Because these types of laws that literally destroy completely privacy are not acceptable. No? So because this is something serious. Yeah, this is no games. When this is no games. This is something serious. I mean, this is people's life at risk. And in Paraguay, they have a crisis because they don't know what they're going to do with these type of situations, and they put the entire government in crisis. This is no kids playing, no. And when you see that Russia's apparently wanted to become best friends of Mexico, I mean that should be putting as a red flag all the way, no, all the way, because governments that do not respect human rights, I mean, you think twice, think twice. And Mexico is becoming a place that you do not want to live in. If you love freedom, if you love privacy, if you love human rights, but Mexico each time is becoming less and less a country that you want to live in, because these authoritarian, these laws anti-human rights or anti-privacy, under the false pretense of fighting crime like disappearance. I don't know. It feels like you lose too much. We're losing privacy using the excuse of a crime, because human rights should not be cast out any human right just because this type of situation. So, well, I'm going to finish. I think I took too much time, but I think it was needed. It was necessary. It was an important exercise. It was needed, and well, I'm going to finish. I'm going to upload this video as a backup. I'm loading backups because sometimes Facebook erases some videos. So when I found I see this, I make public the backup. But so well, uh, I think we covered everything. We still have one law left, two laws left, which is telecommunication laws and the general population law, where they want to create a key, an identity key. Apparently, that's what I understand, something like that, a digital key or something like that, which I do not like. It's worse, it will make only things worse, because if you have this platform of identity where they want to put everything in there, and you don't have guarantees that they're not going to misuse this. They put the militaries trying to access this stuff, and I mean, no, I mean Mexico I think, is any digital information or data, personal data, is not going to be. Uh, I don't think is going to be trusted in Mexico, because the way they are trying to gather this information is under by force. Sounds like it seems like it's by force, and something that you gather by force has no legal validity. So that when they try to put force people because they're going to make a sanction like 10,000 or 20,000 UMAS, that's something that you have to be concerned about, because you are not in a democracy, you are in an autocracy or dictatorship, or maybe digital dictatorship. But it seems bad, and I'm seriously considering the future. Maybe Mexico is not the best place to live in if things go this way, because if they start making this mass surveillance state, then you are not going to be free in Mexico. You're going to be a digital slave, or yeah. I mean, you cannot do anything with privacy like a democracy. In a democracy, you can have a private life, and if they want you to use the court for everything, then you don't have a private life, because they want to put even the religious record. So this is the beginning of something that is very concerning, because they start with the false pretenses of disappearances, but who guarantees that this platform they do not want in the future to put it like for other things? So time to consider living in Mexico, definitely. It doesn't matter how. If you need to walk outside, you walk outside. You go walking. Doesn't matter. If you need to ask for a ride, well, you go out in a ride. Doesn't matter how. The fact is that the situation in Mexico is not looking good anything at all, and it's going the wrong way. So if these things prevail, so it doesn't matter if it's by ride or walking or whatever. You exit the country. You exit the country because you need to be free, and if it's the freedom is not in Mexico and you go to other place, what people are going to do? If you have to walk, you have to ride or something. Well, you do it, no? Because this digital. Uh, no, the problem is not that they create. uh, they update systems. The problem is that they want to do it by force. That if you don't do it, they want to sanction you, and they say they want to charge you 1,000,000 pesos, Mexican pesos. That's the problem. That they are forcing people to do something, and that's not democratic. Uh, that's not freedom. And if you are not free, then what the hell are you doing in that place? So it's becoming more and more. I mean, it is starting to look that way a little bit. And the other problem is that how are you going to find out? When are you going to know when and why are they trying to access your information? That's another problem that many in some places they don't notify people when they try to access personal data. When they ask Amazon or when they want to go ask Mercado Libre any personal information about you, and they don't notify you, so you don't know when and why are they doing this. That's a big problem. So each time seems to be less and less and less a good place to live in Mexico. In terminals, in aspects, or in the digital part of it, because these laws are not. Uh, I don't see them justified. So it seems like they wanted personal data for something, and it's not good because the fact that they insist in the mobile register user registry. They only change it from article. The senator says that they deleted the 160, which I criticize it a lot because it's a copy paste of the decree of Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna, two criminals. Garcia Luna, the biggest criminal that had Mexico, and loved spying on people and creating a police state. The wet dream of Garcia Luna is this type of laws. So why are they doing what Garcia Luna wanted? That's the problem. It's a criminal. And the other problem is why are they wanting to do things by force? Because they say no, it's only for disappearing people. But what guarantees do you have in this country with this corruption, with this collusion with terrorists? What guarantees do we have that these people are not going to misuse this database? And when in the law it says only that they are going to consider the misuse of this database as serious, and they don't even put a fine or what is going to be the punishment. They don't say it's going to be punishable by 10 to 12 years in prison. It doesn't say anything like that. It only says that if someone misuses this database, it's going to be considered a serious crime. But then what? So it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say uh, anything about anything. So, the only good thing about this, of the few things that are positive, is this article, which says that the transfer of biometric data held by the authorities of the three levels of government to the National Population Register with prior authorization from this owner is one of the few positive things that has, that that it gives you at least in this aspect, the opportunity to say no. I don't authorize. I don't authorize. I don't give authorization for any transfer or anything. So that's the only one of the few things that have positive, that says the integration of biometric data will carry out with prior consent from the individuals. But yeah, but it doesn't say about the identity, about the unique identity platform, which apparently only says that they're going to use it to missing persons. But again, what guarantees do we have that they're not going to misuse that? So that's that it, because they do not notify us. They don't notify the user, the citizen, when they transfer or do. They should notify of any movement, of any access, of anything regarding its information. They should notify us, the user, the citizen. They say, hey, this institution or this authority accessed your personal data for this and this date. But I didn't saw this, at least in this document. I did not saw it. So I hope it is in other articles which I do not see here. So I know this is one of the problems, because when they do this fast track, you don't have time to actually read on the document. So I read the previous document, but this is different because this only focuses on the changes, but you see it's not complete. So uh, I I need to go to the old. So this is the problem with this type of fast track. You cannot read clearly and complete the document in its entirety. You face these types of situations where you have um, these types of uh, these types of documents which are not complete. That does not show you the latest version of the document, that actually was approved. So this is an issue. It's an issue that happens very often, very often in these types of scenarios. And well, let's see if this goes well. No? And let's see if this goes well. No? Let's see. I have my doubts, of course. I have my doubts. I don't like some articles, of course. I do not like it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's. I don't think the government per se, all the government is evil. I mean, I have to say this. I don't believe that all the government is evil, but I do believe there are some rotten fruits inside. I do believe there are some rotten fruits inside that want to do something nefarious, and they try to push this. I think the government inside has a division. Like not everyone wants to follow the corruption, and others want to. And I think that uh, it should work in the best way. But I don't know. I mean, it's an obligation by all authorities and individuals to allow access and consultation of data. An obligation is established for all authorities and individuals of any nature who, by the functions or activities they perform, are in charge of biometric data or any other identifying data of individuals, to allow the consultation of the information by the Attorney General of the Republic, local prosecutors' offices, the public security institutions that are part of the Federal Executive Securities Cabinet, as well as the National Intelligence Center. The National Intelligence Center is not convincing me. It's the military. I don't want them. We should not want the military in any of this, anything. So it's something that it gives me very serious concern. That the military are wanting to get their hands into these platforms. They don't have any responsibility in seeking people that are missing. That's where the devil is hidden in these types of details. Why they want to put the army into these types of access of these types of data. No, it's some things are worth considering to consider a move out of Mexico. I definitely believe that there are some signs that actually are telling that you should do that becomes on the table now. If you do not consider leave the country now, it's a possibility because the situations are not looking good at all. So, and the fact that they always want to do this in extraordinary periods, sessions of the Congress. They wanted to do it this. They deliver these documents in the 10 night, 10 p.m. at night, and 11 p.m. in the a.m. in the morning. The next day, they want the senators to be approving these type of laws. That's fishy. That's very fishy. Does not give any confidence at all. And when these types of scenarios happens, it's because something bad is behind them. You cannot expect something good out of these types of activities. When they seem fishy, And when they are fishy, it's because probably they hide some evil intentions behind. So uh, let's see how this works. I don't believe this is going to be like we will have to be waiting because I don't think this is going to be working. I believe that this is only an excuse, probably to create this new identification, but it's going to blow back, because I don't see people wanting to be part of this type of things. And I don't think many commerces and services companies are going to play ball. I don't believe it. I don't think so because I seriously don't see people that are disappeared using their crop to buy a service or something like that. I mean, I don't see this. I don't see the purpose of this law working as they say it will. The only thing I see is this mass surveillance. So I'm going to keep insisting, if they pass all these laws, like they want to pass them with hidden stuff in them, um, we need to distrust this government, no, reject whatever it says because it's going to gather information by force, and that's not cool. And yeah, maybe the possibility to move from another country, to other place, it is becoming something that you have to consider in the future. Maybe if things uh, do not go into democracy, to the democracy side, to liberty, privacy, and stuff. I think it's time to consider living to other place where there is more privacy, there is more respect of human rights. Sadly, that's very difficult, but I know. I mean, at the end, I think I think God will provide, like they say. If God knows that something is fishy or wrong, maybe He will provide it. I'm confident that God always provides, and yeah, but it has all the bad recipes. Is a perfect recipe for promoted crime, for frauds, for something fishy, for something criminal activity. It has all the signs to suspect evil. No, so let's hope the best, prepare for the worst, expect the best. And as far as I can see, each time I think it's time that people. It is not crazy if people considers maybe in the future changing residency, maybe another country or a smaller country because these situations are not the ones that you seek in the place you live. So this is something that you might think about Venezuela, about Russia, about China, but not Mexico. So I don't know. Maybe it is becoming a possibility, a real possibility to analyze if the next years this stuff seems it goes the same way in the same scenario where human rights are being eroded, seriously eroded. I think it's time to seriously think about the possibility of living in another place now where you don't have these types of situations going on because in the end ends up badly. There is a case of Paraguay. It's not an exaggeration. You see Paraguay and you see the problem. You see the real problem. It's a possibility that could happen even internally. You have the risk external, but the corruption from the inside. You have two risks, and I don't know if it's worth it. Worth to live in a place where you cannot do anything without the government knowing you're doing it. I don't know if that's real freedom. I don't know if I would want to live in a place where you make a complete life and you have this scenario. I don't see it. I don't know. But time will tell. Again, time will tell who he has the reasons, who was right. And let's hope that I'm wrong and they back up many of these laws. And maybe they change them to not force anything to do anything. Because when you are forced to do anything and they even sanction you and you don't want to, that's a big no-no. That's a big no-no in my book, at least. and that's bad. It's a bad sign. And the thing that you have to do is to fight. No? I think the fighting, and you have to keep being public about it, to be open and the more public you can be, in these types of risks, because I think this openness is is one of the aspects that reduce, the possible criminality that might happen, because criminals always act in darkness, and if you make it public, then at least it's going to be more difficult. But still, let's see how this goes. We have still the general population law, which I don't believe the key, the identity key is a good idea. I think sucks. I think is going to work. It's going to blow back. I believe it's going to be a fiasco, and nobody will be wanting to use it. I mean, no, I don't see people wanting to use this. We don't have even the guarantees of internet everywhere. I mean, it's just so stupid. And it's going to be problem after problem. There's going to be people in problems. There are going to be people that are going to be protesting because they cannot do some things like they used to. I see already all this situation going on. And hopefully, all this social pressure, because they are not happy with it, push back so they can delete it. No, and we have to. I think people need to hold as much as they can without giving as much as they can without giving away any personal data. They should limit any of that as much as we can, and see if we can revert all these types of laws. And yeah, maybe that way maybe people can avoid a disaster, because Paraguay is the best example of disaster. At the international level, I think the UN and all this international criminal court and all these international institutions should be having serious discussions about enforcing the deletion of all these databases, because it only ends up in bad hands. It only ends up using it for criminality. So I think does not solve anything. No. It does not facilitate everything. I don't think it makes life easier. I think people only have more risks of being of having frauds and extortion and crimes. That's what I only see about these types of laws. And the union now already rejects these types of systems like mass surveillance. Let's hope that they keep pushing strong and forward against these types of databases, and especially when they involve the military. That should be some big concern that the UN should be looking at, and any international community, and the international criminal court should be looking very closely to all these countries that have these types of laws, because the risk that they misuse it for something nefarious is high. And I think at the international level it puts also problems, because it gives more work to investigate and to bring into justice the criminality behind these types of criminals that make these types of crimes with the cyberspace. And we have the case of Paraguay. We have the case of Paraguay when this is an international problem. These data brokers, this infosec stuff, and these countries that do not understand that these databases do not see work for anything good, should bring a consensus at the international level that they should enforce, and really make it mandatory that these types of databases should be forbidden for countries, from companies, from anything. They should not be gathering any database with these types of information. I mean, not at least not at the government level. When they try to centralize all the information of a citizen in one place, that's a crime right there waiting to happen, and that's what apparently they want to they imply, and they try to create in this law to enforce disappearances in Mexico. They want to put everything in one database, and that should be a real red flag, real big red flag for anyone internationally to question these types of decisions from any government at all, and to demand the prohibition of these types of databases that put even health records and religious records, for crying out loud, into one database, maybe under false pretenses of fighting a crime, but that they want to do something else. So that's what I feel about this. let's see how the international community reacts. I don't feel convinced in this law. I don't feel quite convinced at all, and the risks of being misused are high. So I don't know. Maybe I will give a review maybe to the complete law, because that was the that was the latest version. But of course, we have a previous version of this law, which was in March. So I don't know. We will have to take a look to the complete law, and consider the consider the other version. No? I'm gonna ask to the artificial intelligence to see what it says about it. I'm gonna ask about something to the previous version, and it doesn't say much. So it does not say much. So yeah, in the first version, it doesn't say anything about judicial controls. So I don't know. It's just there's no mention of judicial overwatch in the previous version of March. I'm reviewing it right now, and it says that the SEGOP, the Secretariat of Government of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, which is the Secretariat of Government in English, sounds weird, but it is like that. The Governance Secretariat or SEGOP, Secretariat of Government, it says that through RENAP, which is the institution that it is in charge of the corp. It says that the RENAPO is going to be in charge of operating the unique identity platform. So and it's going to be enabling authorities to access this this database. And it says that it is established. Says here, this is the previous version. You see, this is the previous version, the one from March, and it says that the use of this unique identity platform should be done with the strict, following the strict attachment to the data protection laws in Mexico. So it does not create an autonomous entity that supervises or oversees this system. And there's no external audits. There's no guarantees that these databases have been accessed, so we will not know. No citizen in Mexico will know when they access these databases. So that is a problem. You see, that is a problem because any law that respects human rights at most, when they put it at the top, it should have judicial overreach for once. It should have uh, independent independent committee or independent supervision, that is completely outside any of these institutions, completely independent. It should notify the citizen when and why and who authority accessed his data, personal data, and why and for what and in what time of period of time. And it should be transparent. I mean, it should be an open database where as a citizen, you can access and know and see how many times and what information is being asked to what authority, or how many times what authorities have been accessing this platform, this unique identity platform. But there is nothing like that. So yeah, no, there's nothing like that. Not even in the previous version. That's the. Let me ask something to the artificial intelligence. I'm gonna ask you if in any part of this law there is anything that gives the power to us as the citizens to say no, I don't want to participate in that system. And let's see, but it says here now that if you don't, it says here that apparently, if you do not want to use your group for any services, it could exclude you. It could leave you out. So that's discriminative. You see, that's a very discriminative uh, thing because the fact that that people that wants to say no stays out of the system, that they cannot do anything, they cannot have a life. That's serious, and I think it's very it's very serious. Eh? I mean, it's very serious like that because imagine a person that lives very far away from a city and wants to go to a bank and doesn't even know about this law and goes to a bank and say, "Hey, you don't have your new group? No." And well, you cannot use the bank. Do you imagine that? No, I think that if that is going to be the case, it is a good time to consider, you know, consider really seriously consider leaving this country. I mean, seriously, even if you have to walk it out. I mean, literally, you need to literally walk outside. You need to, that's a real consideration. If they want to do that, that they want to discriminate like that, people, I mean, really like that, they cannot do anything in their lives because they need to forcefully use the code. I think it's a good time to consider leaving this country, because I mean, that's insane. I have not seen that in any country in the world, to be honest. I mean, if that's what they are proposing, I haven't seen that in the entire world, to be honest. To be honest, and it is not the fact that people do not want to do it. The problem is that they're forcing people to do it. They're not giving any options to say no, I don't want. And I don't know who wants to live in a place like that, because there is a dictatorship, digital dictatorship or something like that. That is not freedom. I mean, that is not freedom at all. So I don't know what is portrayed in those articles when they want to force everyone to use the code for everything. The proposition is that that is not freedom at all. And I don't know if anywhere in the world something like that was proposed. I don't know. I don't know if this worked or not. But that is very serious, and I will not want to live in a place like that. To be honest, I mean, who would want to live in a place where every move you do, every single move you do, even maybe the type of food that you eat, everything it is it is monitored like that, or exists a database with all that information at that level, and it might exist in different companies. One company have a piece, another company have another small piece, but they don't have the complete picture. That's the big issue right here. People say, "Oh, well, you have your information everywhere in the bank." Well, no person, no single person have access to all of it. They only have access to a piece. But this will be everything in one database, everything, entire life of entire persons, entire life, her health, everything about one person. There's no privacy. That is Orwellian. So let's see how it rolls. I'm gonna see how this rolls, but I think I will seriously consider moving. It is a situation that actually makes you consider leaving a country, because the fact that they want to put everything you do in one database, everything, your health, your studies, what schools that you attend to, what type of food did you eat, what type of services you use, what company of internet you use. The fact that this is a proposal in these types of law, and even when they say that they're not going to access it, I don't care what they say. They always say they say whatever they want to say, but the actions is what matters. And what is been happening in Mexico is fucked up. I mean, digitally fucked up. So let's see if this happens and this thing actually goes into this thing actually goes into an effect, and I find out that they discriminate because they do not want to give us services because you don't want to provide a crop. That's that's it. I think this country is going to it's fucked. I think the country is fucked if that's the case. Completely fucked. And I don't. I think it's China 2.0. It's going to be China 2.0. To be honest, because that's what they do in China. Exactly what they do in China. No? So it will be a China 2.0, no? Instead of Mexico. So it will be gone. No? Democracy and privacy will be completely gone because then you will be out of the. I mean, who knows what are they going to want to do next? Because this country, sadly, it's a very corrupt country. It's one of the worst country in corruption levels. And the fact that they want to even consider leaving you out of the system completely because you don't want to use a group for everything you do. I mean, that's not freedom at all. I'm sorry, but that's not freedom. I don't know what it is, but it is not freedom at all. So let's see. But I finished this exercise Saturday, 28th of June, 2025. So yeah, man, we are seeing the fall of the republic in Mexico. We are actually seeing the fall of the republic, the possibility of the destruction of privacy. We are seeing the possibility of privacy being completely dead in Mexico. I don't care what they say. I really don't care what they say. The fact that they try to do these types of databases says a lot. And but yeah, I mean, without exaggerating, we're probably seeing the fall of the republic in Mexico, the fall of the last very reminiscence that we have left of democracy, the destruction of Mexico into becoming China 2.0. And yeah, I mean, when you see the military is there involved in this access, you're gone. That's it. No, that's it. That's the thing that you need to see to understand that this is a dictatorship, a military dictatorship, and a digital dictatorship as well. Where they want to force people to use a document to everything, so they don't have a private life anymore. Even if they don't realize it, there will be the possibility of people accessing this database and knowing everything, every move you do. And you are not free anymore. You are not free anymore because your life is not going to be freedom. You're going to be in complete control of these criminals. So time to leave the country, I think, is really close now. I mean, back in the, I used to say it, but now I think it's becoming a real possibility. And sadly, in the United States, is worse. Canada is, I don't know, it's not too good. Canada as well. I don't know. I don't know. Time will tell, and God will, uh, God will provide. Always does. And the best thing that could happen to Mexico is that people react and prevent the general population now and refuse to use the curb, and uh, and companies resist, and I don't know, maybe we can roll back all this madness, and no, maybe even not even this identity unique platform even goes into life because it will not have budget. But how do we know? We are not going to know when are they abusing our data, our personal data. They're not going to notify us. They're going to act in total impunity, which which leaves the question: are you going to stay in Mexico really in these types of scenarios, in these types of situations? I mean, I don't know where you. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how these things are going, and the best thing we can do is that from now on we do not consent in any digital movement or use of any data, personal data of any way, shape, or form, because there is no trust at all in how are they going to access this. And we cannot, and I think the best thing that we can do right now is unacknowledge this. I mean, is publicly state, no, that we are not recognizing any digital any digital, how do you say um, how do you say this word in English? I think that the best thing, the safest, I think the safest thing that we can do as Mexicans right now is is to not recognize procedures that are made in a digital space. You know, I usually do not. I'm gonna say this right now. I usually do not make any digital procedures. I do not request or hire or acquire any services in the digital space unless it is probably the online shopping that I do. But when with these situations happening, I think Mexicans should say no. We do not. I'm not going to recognize any digital transaction, any digital situation happening in the digital world, I don't know, maybe even the situations happening in contracts or bank accounts or something like that. Because what guarantees are you going to have that behind your back are not using this type of information to commit frauds, to do something behind your back and you don't know? So I think it's a safe time to say in Mexico that if they go through with all this digital bullshit, we're not going to acknowledge any digital procedure or anything that happens in the digital world in the future, because we will not have any guarantees and we will not know if they are using this type of data in behind back the citizens' backs, no? To commit frauds, to stolen identity, you name it, no? You name it. So I think that it is very safe, no moment, space of time in Mexico to do unacknowledged, to unrecognized, to say clearly that you are not going to recognize because you know, or maybe you're gonna do it in front of a camera or something like that, and anything that is not in that camera or something, you do not recognize it because how are you going to have any guarantees that these criminal corrupt people in government are not going to be using this data behind your back for anything? And Donald Trump already said it now with Biden that the crime that happened with the route of pen was a serious crime. And what guarantees are you going to have in Mexico that these criminals are not doing something like that? And I mean, you might be, well, I don't have any interest. You know, I'm not a person of interest. Well, maybe not, but it's still, criminals don't care if you're popular or not. They only care about how they can take advantage of a situation and commit frauds and crimes and benefit themselves. So I think Mexico is bad, in a bad shape. Is falling. It's falling from democracy. It's falling from every single corner and aspect. It's going burning down in flames. That's the word, the only word that I can think about. Mexico seems to be burning down in flames for the corruption and all this madness. So I don't. I think tomorrow or the Sunday they're going to be finishing the discussion to do more reforms, and it's better be safe than sorry and say, well, if they create these things by force, if they force us to create this curve and they create this database with our consent and they put all our information in there, even with if even when we explicitly say no, then I think as citizens we have to say publicly that we will not recognize any digital transaction, transfer, operation, or whatever you want to call it, procedure or whatever, with this country because it's fucked up, very fucked up. At least the human rights non-governmental institutions and associations are giving the biggest fight of their lives. To be honest, I never seen them I never saw them fighting this hard. No, I never see this type of fighting this hard. I mean, really hard. And the best thing we can do is speaking out loudly with everyone we know and every person in the world and say, this is fucked up. This is going. It's a fucking haywire. It's a trap. This is a fucking. It's burning down in flames Mexico. It's they're killing and assassinating privacy because we don't have guarantees at all in this country. The INAI, which was the autonomous entity that protected our personal data, that protected us, is gone. They destroyed it. So everything points out to criminal activity. Everything. And if these criminals wants to do all this, the international community needs to come forward against these criminals with everything they got. Because if they wanted to do it in Mexico later, they will be wanting to do it in another criminal countries, and this is only going to empower or that it's going to make criminals to feel empowered to do it in their own countries, and actually impunity is going to set probably it is setting, I think, a bad example to other countries that think that they can do these types of databases and I mean it's very risky and Paraguay is the most recent example of how this can go to hell and all these situations can burning down in flames. And it is a very wake up call for all the international community because when you see the military in these disappearances, when the military is one of the historical criminals in disappearances, who was the institution that disappeared all these people in the 70s? It was the state. It was the military. Este, who has the most record of enforced disappearances in Mexico? The military. And when you see that they put a military institution into these databases, that's a big red flag. You see this National Commission of Intelligence right there with the militaries. No, no, I think the UN, I mean, it is bad. I think the UN, that's why the UN put this thing about the National Guard, because it is not the only the concern of, I mean, when you have these institutions making these types of crimes, you see, you have the flights of death. We have in Mexico the flights of death that were by the militaries. You see, yeah, you have right here. You have the flights of death made by the military. So when you have this, I mean, come on, that flights finding possibilities of victims of Italy's primary relevance and must be investigated by authorities. So when you have the military is made this, you see, and you put the military into these types of databases, I mean, everything is fucked. You say no, 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 something is very fucked up there. You say here, no, Nosferatu, which includes a list of 133 names of possible victims of the so-called death flights carried by the Mexican army in the 70s. So you have this problem by the army, you see? You see this big problem? So when you have an institution like that, that has this background, this very nefarious background, and you see it included in these types of databases, what the hell is the military? What it has to do with seeking the disappearances? They are the first institution that disappeared people. You see, the list released today was referred to only one of the more than 5 years in which the execution of death flights have been documented. In any case, all of the list of the different flights have been requested for the Ministry of National Defense, and say the institution has denied the existence of such lists. They always deny it. That's what they do. They are corrupt and obscure. They always deny the crimes, you see. So a institution like that, you want to put it inside these types of databases, really? That's what they are doing with this law. Don't let us not fool ourselves. When you see the National Commission of Intelligence, you're seeing the army right there. Let's not fool ourselves. You see? So this is a very serious situation here. Very serious situations here. You see? This is it's fucked up. You see? You have this institution being pointed out as one of the biggest institutions that has committed so many for enforced disappearance, torture, extrajudicial killing, and you put them inside this database. What the fuck? They should be uh, put in high alert to every Mexican. To be honest, but I don't know what's going to happen with these situations. I really don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen with all this, but it is not good. It is not very good at all. And I think it's going to be something sad, you know. And for many Mexicans, I think that value privacy, Mexicans that value privacy, Mexicans that value freedom, Mexicans that value having their rights, you know, enjoying their human rights and living without fear of anything and feeling free to have a complete life. And I think for those types of Mexicans, I think it's a serious moment to consider in the near future or in the mid future to leave this country because, and of course, saying it out loud to the four winds that all digital transactions and stuff, you do not recognize them at all since this criminal laws passed. And I hope that the international level reacts the same way. You know, do not trust in any digital transaction or whatever, because this criminal government is clearly doing something fishy, and if they want to use that data for whatever reason, but I hope that the international community just simply denies, you know, say no. Given the serious gross violations of human rights and how you obtain this information, I'm not going to accept your. That's what any community, any government, any other government, any other company at the international level should be doing when in Mexico they try to probably do something behind backs, no? The citizens' backs or something fishy, nefarious. They should deny any recognition of any transaction, any operation, anything, because the way they are gathering this information, forcing people to do something, and all the situations in the context of Mexico. But anyways, that's my opinion, and I think many Mexicans that values freedom and values having some privacy, you know, at least not in a so cynical way being destroyed, at least before they try to hide it because they know it was illegal. But now they're doing openly. They take off the mask and they even seems to be even bragging that they want to do this. And the international community, I think the United States even is going to bring a serious. I don't know. I think there's a possibility that the United States will sadly will do something to this because I don't think they want to have a neighbor that goes into that scenario, you know, that goes uh, into that realm of dictatorship or this digital dictatorship or something like that. No, I don't think they probably will feel safe with this type of neighbors. And I don't know. And let's see what happens in the future. But we are closer to China 2.0 now. Now we are between Timbuktu, Zimbabwe, or something like that, and instead of aspiring to be Denmark or Norway, we're now aspiring to be China 2.0 apparently. And I don't know how many Mexicans wants to live in a China 2.0. At least I don't like the idea that much. And, I finished this exercise speaking about the situation that it is clearly uh, setting up a precedent. There's going to be June. Mark this. I'm gonna mark this. June of 2025 sets a precedent in Mexico where the republic might be out. The human rights and privacy is already probably dead. So probably June of 2025 is when privacy died in Mexico, and we might become a digital dictatorship. That's a big possibility, and where freedom finally, we lost freedom in this country because everything we do is now under the risk of being spied on or being accessed illegally without not with the citizens not knowing and no guarantees of anything. So Uh, Now it's becoming a serious possibility to consider. I don't know, really consider the possibility to moving outside Mexico in these circumstances, because if they're doing this now, I don't know in the next 10 years where is it going to be Mexico. I think Mexico is going to be in a very bad position for freedoms, for rights. I think it's going to be very bad. If they go down this hole, if they keep going down this road, I don't see Mexico anymore in 10 to 20 years. It's going to be Venezuela, Cuba. It's going to be Zimbabwe, Timor Leste, something very banana country, dictator banana country, where there's no freedom, no privacy, no nothing. No, they're a very banana place, like North Korea. So given something like North Korea, where they don't have any freedom at all, we're going into North Korea now. No? We are in between a banana country like Africa and wannabe China 2.0 and aspiring to North Korea, no? Something like that. But we're going completely off track. People might say, "No, you're exaggerating or something," but people might not even feel the change. No, people might not even realize the change because they will not even know. That's the worst part of it. That's the worst part of it. I don't know what's more scary, to know that you're being fucked, or to continue your life and not even know that you're being fucked behind the scenes, and because people will not know when the government wants to use this information for anything. We will not know. So that by itself is more scary, I believe, that well, not scary, but fucked up. I mean, than to live in an actual dictatorship where you know that you live in a dictatorship than this pantomima, like I say in Spanish, this simulation of a democracy when it is closer than North Korea behind curtains. I don't know which is worse. To live in a fake democracy that it actually is like North Korea in reality, but that they try to sell you the idea that it is a democracy. I don't know which is worse. If Kim Jong Un that openly says that they are in a dictatorship and they know, or someone that pretends to be a democracy and in reality is a fucking North Korean style banana dictatorship. In reality, but it tries to fool you that you live in freedom, but you don't. I don't know which is worse. The the fantasy of thinking that you're free because you feel like you're free, but actually living in a fucking North Korea type of place, or living in North Korea where they literally told you it is a dictatorship, and they say it very clearly and straightforward without not faking anything. But that's up to people to decide. I don't know which one is worse, to be honest. But I mean, it could very well be June of 2025, the day that privacy died, the day that freedom died in Mexico, the day that banana dictatorship, digital dictatorship was created, and, and I don't know. I don't know how it's going to end all this, but I think it's going to end up probably very bad, in something that many people will not feel very happy. But well, anyways, it's too late now. It's 5 hours of transmission. I think it was needed to put it out there, to put all this information out there, to clearly and explicitly say and openly say what's going on in Mexico, so everyone sees these situations, and many other countries will see the signs before they happen in their countries, and act before they lose democracy, like we are losing actually in Mexico. And what they say, there is full demagoguery. It's full demagoguery in this country. They say, no, that this country is democracy. This country is the best, but the reality is another, much different. So it's full of demagoguery. They deny reality, and we are each day getting closer to a dictatorship, a banana dictatorship, and a digital dictatorship, a banana mass surveillance state, everything that is wrong. So it's sad. It's sad. Let's hope that the human rights institution and NGOs keep fighting with all they got. They need to fight with all they got. It doesn't matter whether they need to go wherever they need to go with other countries, with other international human rights organizations, and maybe even I don't know. They need to bring everything they got. They need to bring everything they got because this digital identity, this key, and all this stuff is the end of the republic, and is the master building state that nobody wants. No, nobody wants that, and but yeah, I mean, I think I said it everything. I mean, saying tomorrow is going to be well, tomorrow, today, Saturday, at 2 p.m. are going to be another sessions, you know, another sessions, and and yeah, they're going to make the other sessions for the telecommunications law. They still have the decree from Felipe Calderon there in there, which promoted Garcia Luna. They just changed it from another article. I put it here the statement from Senator Anaya, which said that they only hid it in other place. This article, so they are still pushing this type of law. So they're trying to play us as fools. You see, so that's a criminal behavior right there. Behavior right there. So I mean, it's just I mean, I'm not even pissed. I'm just disappointed that Mexico this went that way under these excuses, and in the end, well, you're probably gonna uh, take your picture and your fingerprint and the equipment. Probably people will use it from time to time, but that will not change the fact that it is a before and an after. So yeah, and I think I'm not going to buy many things digitally. I don't think I will be so fan of a digital world. I haven't been a fan of digital world. I have cell phones, but I actually don't use them. I really don't use cell phones anymore. I only have them because I have them for long. So, but I actually do not make any calls. It's been like 3 years, 3 or 4 years. I think 3 or 4 years since I haven't make any calls. And I only call one or two. And it's only close family, or maybe the cell company to use something that I have of an issue with my line or something. But it's been years since I haven't been using a cell phone, so I'm not worried about it. I'm worried about how they are going to use that information behind your back. That's what is concerning because I could very well stop using cell phones and I will not have any problem at all. Not much problem at all. I'm used to not calling by cell phone. I'm very used to that. I'm very used to that now. So I will not have any problems without using any cell phone. So that's not a concern. I already stopped using the cell phone. Very, very limited the use I do to use a cell phone. So yeah, I mean that is not the thing here, the thing with cell phones. I pretty much do not use them at all. It's not, the more use that I used to have was with maybe work activities. But sometimes they give you cell phones. But yeah, I'm used to not using the cell phone. I don't call by a phone that much. I mean, it's very weird when I make a call. It's very very weird. And I mean, yeah, I mean the thing that the problem with the curve is that they are not given an option. So and the reasons why is just is completely bullshit. To be honest, bullshit. That's the word. It's just a lot of bullshit. And so yeah, I hope that yeah, the human rights associations needs to come with all their got. I mean, they cannot stop to keep pushing back all this. They are after all this work, the Kremlin denouncing that they have Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna, which they say is the devil, and they're not like them. They are still pushing the register users, mobile phone users registry. Without, they're complete hypocrites. You see, they're complete hypocrites because they say they are not like Garcia Luna and Calderon, but they are still, after they deleted the 160 article, there is a Naya senator saying that they only hid this register in another place. Complete hypocrisy. Hypocrisy completely. Complete hypocrites because they say they are different from Felipe Calderon and Garcia Luna, which is a criminal, but they are doing the same. And I'm gonna say it out loud. Garcia Luna's a complete criminal. What dream was a police state, a mass vigilance state? That was that criminal's dream. And these guys doing the same, but they're behaving like criminals, and they want to downplay. They are downplaying reality, saying that now they are exaggerating, they're lying. They are downplaying because they know they are acting criminally. They know they are criminals, and the fact that you see in the separation of enforced separations law the military there to access these databases, that's all you need to know that this is a criminal uh, set of reforms. Exactly the same thing that they did with the judicial reform that destroyed the autonomous entities. They did it like criminals in the middle of the night because only in the middle of the night criminals and only criminals hide their hands to do things. Like these guys are hiding the things behind the words and they're just changing and playing with words. They try to hide their criminal activities. That's what this is. And I'm gonna keep saying it until I see these laws destroyed and in the trash bin because nobody in Mexico wants mass a mass surveillance state. And people is wrong because they say, "Ah, but all your data is already out there." No, it's not true. Companies only have a piece of that data. Nobody has all the information complete. Nobody. You might have all your data outside already in the hands of the companies, but no company has access to all your data, which is exactly what is being proposed here. Access everything in one platform. Nobody has that. Nobody in the world, not even criminal, not even Palantir, not even Palantir has everything in one database, which is exactly what they're trying to do here. Even your medical records, your religious records, everything in your life. That is fucked up. And the fact that they put the militaries that can access that is triple times fucked up because they are the worst institution behind the enforced disappearance and extrajudicial killings. So that's everything you need to know that this is a criminal intention every day of the week. So the other thing that we can do as Mexicans is say, well, if you're seeing this crap, you are compelled to reject any operation transaction, anything that they want to do digitally, because how would you know that are actually us, the real people doing that?